Simon & Schuster Audio presents Ugly Love by Colleen Hoover. Read by Grace Grant and Deacon Lee, with Elizabeth Louise.
Chapter 1. Tate.
Somebody stabbed you in the neck, young lady.
My eyes widen, and I slowly turn toward the elderly gentleman standing at my side. He presses the up button on the elevator and faces me. He smiles and points to my neck.
Your birthmark,
he says. My hand instinctively goes up to my neck, and I touch the dime-sized mark just below my ear.
My grandfather used to say the placement of a birthmark was the story of how a person lost the battle in their past life. I guess you got stabbed in the neck. Bet it was a quick death, though.
I smile, but I can't tell if I should be afraid or entertained. Despite his somewhat morbid opening conversation, he can't be that dangerous. His curved posture and shaky stance give away that he isn't a day less than 80 years old. He takes a few slow steps toward one of two velvet-red chairs that are positioned against the wall next to the elevator. He grunts as he sinks into the chair and then looks up at me again.
You going up to floor 18?
My eyes narrow as I process his question. He somehow knows what floor I'm going to, even though this is the first time I've ever set foot in this apartment complex. And it's definitely the first time I've ever laid eyes on this man. Yes, sir, I say cautiously. Do you work here?
I do indeed.
He nods his head toward the elevator, and my eyes move to the illuminated numbers overhead. 11 floors to go before it arrives. I pray it gets here quickly.
I push the button for the elevator, he says. I don't think there's an official title for my position, but I like to refer to myself as a flight captain, considering I do send people as high as 20 stories up in the air.
I smile at his words, since my brother and father are both pilots. How long have you been flight captain of this elevator? I ask as I wait. I swear this is the slowest damn elevator I've ever encountered.
Since I got too old to do maintenance on this building. Worked here 32 years before I became captain. Been sending people on flights now for more than 15 years, I think. Owner gave me a pity job to keep me busy till I died.
He smiles to himself.
What he didn't realize is that God gave me a lot of great things to accomplish in my life, and right now, I'm so far behind I ain't ever gonna die.
I find myself laughing when the elevator doors finally open. I reach down to grab the handle of my suitcase and turn to him one more time before I step inside. What's your name?
Samuel, but call me Cap, he says. Everybody else does.
You got any birthmarks, Cap?
He grins. As a matter of fact, I do. Seems in my past life I was shot right in the ass. Must have bled out.
I smile and bring my hand to my forehead, giving him a proper captain's salute. I step into the elevator and turn around to face the open doors, admiring the extravagance of the lobby. This place seems more like a historic hotel than an apartment complex, with its expansive columns and marble floors. When Corbin said I could stay with him until I found a job, I had no idea he lived like an actual adult. I thought it would be similar to the last time I visited him, right after I graduated from high school, back when he had first started working toward his pilot's license. That was 4 years and a 2-story sketchy complex ago. That's kind of what I was expecting. I certainly wasn't anticipating a high-rise smack dab in the middle of downtown San Francisco. I find the panel and press the button for the 18th floor, then look up at the mirrored wall of the elevator. I spent all day yesterday and most of this morning packing up everything I own from my apartment back in San Diego. Luckily, I don't own much. But after making the solo 500-mile drive today, my exhaustion is pretty evident in my reflection. My hair is in a loose knot on top of my head, secured with a pencil, since I couldn't find a hair tie while I was driving. My eyes are usually as brown as my hazelnut hair, but right now they look 10 shades darker thanks to the bags under them. I reach into my purse to find a tube of chapstick, hoping to salvage my lips before they end up as weary-looking as the rest of me. As soon as the elevator doors begin to close, they open again. A guy is rushing toward the elevators, preparing to walk on as he acknowledges the old man. "Thanks, Cap," he says. I can't see Cap from inside the elevator, but I hear him grunt something in return. He doesn't sound nearly as eager to make small talk with this guy as he was with me. This man looks to be in his late 20s at most. He grins at me, and I know exactly what's going through his mind, considering he just slid his left hand into his pocket. The hand with the wedding ring on it. "Floor 10, he says without looking away from me. His eyes fall to what little cleavage is peeking out of my shirt, and then he looks at the suitcase by my side. I press the button for floor 10. I should have worn a sweater. "Moving in?" he asks, blatantly staring at my shirt again. I nod, although I doubt he notices considering his gaze isn't planted anywhere near my face. "What floor?" "Oh, no you don't." I reach beside me and cover all the buttons on the panel with my hands to hide the illuminated 18th floor button, and then I press every single button between floors 10 and 18. He glances at the panel, confused. "None of your business," I say. He laughs. He thinks I'm kidding. He arches his dark, thick eyebrow. It's a nice eyebrow. It's attached to a nice face, which is attached to a nice head, which is attached to a nice body. A married body. Asshole. He grins seductively after seeing me check him out. Only I wasn't checking him out the way he thinks I was. In my mind, I was wondering how many times that body has been pressed against a girl who wasn't his wife. I feel sorry for his wife. He's looking at my cleavage again when we reach floor 10. "I can help you with that," he says, nodding toward my suitcase. His voice is nice. I wonder how many girls have fallen for that married voice. He walks toward me and reaches to the panel, bravely pressing the button that closes the doors. I hold his stare and press the button to open the doors. I've got it. He nods as if he understands, but there's still a wicked gleam in his eyes that reaffirms my immediate dislike of him. He steps out of the elevator and turns to face me before walking away. "Catch you later, Tate," he says, just as the doors close. I frown, not comfortable with the fact that the only two people I've interacted with since walking into this apartment building already know who I am. I remain alone on the elevator as it stops on every single floor until it reaches the 18th. I step off, pull my phone out of my pocket, and open up my messages to Corbin. I can't remember which apartment number he said was his. It's either 1816 or 1814. Maybe it's 1826? I come to a stop at 1814 because there's a guy passed out on the floor of the hallway, leaning against the door to 1816. Please don't let it be 1816. I find the message on my phone and cringe. It's 1816. Of course it is. I walk slowly to the door, hoping I don't wake up the guy. His legs are sprawled out in front of him, and he's leaning with his back propped up against Corbin's door. His chin is tucked to his chest, and he's snoring. "Excuse me," I say, my voice just above a whisper. He doesn't move. I lift my leg and poke his shoulder with my foot. "I need to get into this apartment." He rustles and then slowly opens his eyes and stares straight ahead at my legs. His eyes meet my knees and his eyebrows furrow as he slowly leans forward with a deep scowl on his face. He lifts a hand and pokes my knee with his finger, almost as if he's never seen a knee before. He drops his hand, closes his eyes, and falls back asleep against the door. Great. Corbin won't be back until tomorrow, so I dial his number to see if this guy is someone I should be concerned about. "Tate?" he asks, answering his phone without a hello. "Yep," I reply. "Made it safe, but I can't get in because there's a drunk guy passed out at your front door. Suggestions?" 1816? he asks. "You sure you're at the right apartment?" "Positive." "Are you sure he's drunk?" "Positive." "Weird," he says. "What's he wearing?" "Why do you want to know what he's wearing?" "If he's wearing a pilot's uniform, he probably lives in the building. The complex contracts with our airline." This guy isn't wearing any type of uniform, but I can't help but notice that his jeans and black t-shirt do fit him very nicely. "No uniform," I say. "Can you get past him without waking him up?" "I'd have to move him. He'll fall inside if I open the door." He's quiet for a few seconds while he thinks. "Go downstairs and ask for Cap," he says. "I told him you were coming tonight. He can wait with you until you're inside the apartment." I sigh, because I've been driving for 6 hours, and going all the way back downstairs is not something I feel like doing right now. I also sigh because Cap is the last person who could probably help in this situation. "Just stay on the phone with me until I'm inside your apartment." I like my plan a lot better. I balance my phone against my ear with my shoulder and dig inside my purse for the key Corbin sent me. I insert it into the lock and begin to open the door, but the drunk guy begins to fall backward with every inch the door opens. He groans, but his eyes don't open again. "It's too bad he's wasted," I tell Corbin. "He's not bad looking." "Tate, just get your ass inside and lock the door so I can hang up." I roll my eyes. He's still the same bossy brother he always was. I knew that moving in with him would not be good for our relationship, considering how fatherly he acted toward me when we were younger. However, I had no time to find a job, get my own apartment, and get settled before my new classes started, so it left me with little choice. I'm hoping things will be different between us now, though. Corbin is 25 and I'm 23, so if we can't get along better than we did as kids, we've got a lot of growing up left to do. I guess that mostly depends on Corbin, and whether he's changed since we last lived together. He had an issue with anyone I dated. All of my friends, every choice I made, even what college I wanted to attend. Not that I ever paid any attention to his opinion, though. The distance and time apart has seemed to get him off my back for the last few years, but moving in with him will be the ultimate test of our patience. I wrap my purse around my shoulder, but it gets caught on my suitcase handle, so I just let it fall to the floor. I keep my left hand wrapped tightly around the doorknob and hold the door shut so the guy won't fall completely into the apartment. I take my foot and press it against his shoulder, pushing him from the center of the doorway. He doesn't budge. "Corbin, he's too heavy. I'm gonna have to hang up so I can use both hands." "No, don't hang up. Just put the phone in your pocket, but don't hang up." I look down at the oversized shirt and leggings I have on. "No pockets. You're going in the bra." Corbin makes a gagging sound as I pull the phone from my ear and shove it inside my bra. I remove the key from the lock and drop it toward my purse, but it misses and falls to the floor. I reach down to grab the drunk guy so I can move him out of the way. "All right, buddy," I say, struggling to pull him away from the center of the doorway. "Sorry to interrupt your nap, but I need inside this apartment." I somehow manage to prop him up against the doorframe to prevent him from falling into the apartment, and then I push the door open farther and turn to get my things. Something warm wraps around my ankle. I freeze. I look down. "Let go of me!" I yell, kicking at the hand that's gripping my ankle so tightly I'm pretty sure it might bruise. The drunk guy is looking up at me now, and his grip sends me falling backward into the apartment when I try to pull away from him.
I need to get in there,
he mutters, just as my butt meets the floor. He makes an attempt to push the apartment door open with his other hand, and this immediately sends me into panic mode. I pull my legs the rest of the way inside, and his hand comes with me. I use my free leg to kick the door shut, slamming it directly onto his wrist.
"Shit!"
he yells. He's trying to pull his hand back into the hallway with him, but my foot is still pressing against the door. I release enough pressure for him to have his hand back, and then I immediately kick the door all the way shut. I pull myself up and lock the door, the deadbolt, and the chain lock as quickly as I can. As soon as my heart rate begins to calm down, it starts to scream at me. My heart is actually screaming at me. In a deep male voice. It sounds like it's yelling, "Tate! Tate!" Corbin. I immediately look down at my chest and pull my phone out of my bra, then bring it up to my ear. "Tate, answer me." I wince, then pull the phone several inches from my ear. "I'm fine," I say, out of breath. "I'm inside. I locked the door."
"Jesus Christ," he says, relieved. "You scared me to death. What the hell happened?"
He was trying to get inside. I locked the door, though. I flip on the living room light and take no more than 3 steps inside before I come to a halt.
"Good going, Tate."
I slowly turn back toward the door after realizing what I've done. Corbin? I pause. I might have left a few things outside that I need. I would just grab them, but the drunk guy thinks he needs to get inside your apartment for some reason, so there's no way I'm opening that door again. Any suggestions? He's silent for a few seconds.
"What did you leave in the hallway?"
I don't want to answer him, but I do. My suitcase.
"Christ, Tate," he mutters.
And my purse.
"Why the hell is your purse outside?"
I might have also left the key to your apartment on the hallway floor.
He doesn't even respond to that one. He just groans. "I'll call Miles and see if he's home yet. Give me 2 minutes."
"Wait, who's Miles?"
"He lives across the hall. Whatever you do, don't open the door again until I call you back."
Corbin hangs up and I lean against his front door. I've lived in San Francisco all of 30 minutes, and I'm already being a pain in his ass. Figures. I'll be lucky if he lets me stay here until I find a job. I hope that doesn't take long, considering I applied for 3 RN positions at the closest hospital. It might mean working nights, weekends, or both, but I'll take what I can get if it prevents me having to dip into savings while I'm back in school. My phone rings. I slide my thumb across the screen and answer it. "Hey."
"Tate?"
"Yep," I reply, wondering why he always double-checks to see if it's me. He called me. So who else would be answering it who sounds exactly like me?
"I got hold of Miles."
"Good. Is he going to help me get my stuff?"
"Not exactly," Corbin says. "I kind of need you to do me a huge favor."
My head falls against the door again. I have a feeling the next few months are going to be full of inconvenient favors, since he knows he's doing me a huge one by letting me stay here. Dishes? Check. Corbin's laundry? Check. Corbin's grocery shopping? Check. "What do you need?" I ask him.
"Miles kind of needs your help."
"The neighbor?" I pause as soon as it clicks, and I close my eyes. "Corbin, please don't tell me the guy you called to protect me from the drunk guy is the drunk guy." Corbin sighs. "I need you to unlock the door and let him in. Let him crash on the couch. I'll be there first thing in the morning. When he sobers up, he'll know where he is and he'll go straight home." I shake my head. "What kind of apartment complex are you living in? Do I need to prepare to be groped by drunk people every time I come home? Long pause. He groped you? Grope might be a bit strong. He did grab my ankle, though. Corbin lets out a sigh. Just do this for me, Tate. Call me back when you've got him and all your stuff inside. Fine, I groan, recognizing the worry in his voice. I hang up with Corbin and open the door. The drunk guy falls onto his shoulder and his cell phone slips from his hand and lands on the floor next to his head. I flip him onto his back and look down at him. He cracks his eyes open and attempts to look up at me, but his eyelids fall shut again. You're not Corbin, he mutters. No, I'm not, but I am your new neighbor, and from the looks of it, you're about to owe me at least 50 cups of sugar. I lift him by his shoulders and try to get him to sit up, but he doesn't. I don't think he can, actually. How does a person even get this drunk? I grab his hands and pull him inch by inch into the apartment, stopping when he's just far enough inside for me to be able to close the door. I retrieve all of my things from outside the apartment, then shut and lock the front door. I grab a throw pillow from the couch, prop his head up, and roll him onto his side in case he pukes in his sleep. And that's all the help he's getting from me. When he's comfortably asleep in the middle of the living room floor, I leave him there while I look around the apartment. The living room alone could fit 3 of the living rooms from Corbin's last apartment. The dining area is open to the living room, but the kitchen is separated from the living room by a half wall. There are several modern paintings throughout the room, and the thick plush sofas are a light tan, offsetting the vibrant paintings. The last time I stayed with him, he had a futon, a beanbag chair, and posters of models on the walls. I think my brother might finally be growing up. Very impressive, Corbin, I say out loud as I walk from room to room and flip on all the lights, inspecting what has just become my temporary home. I kind of hate that it's so nice. It'll make it harder to want to find my own place once I get enough money saved up. I walk into the kitchen and open the refrigerator. There's a row of condiments in the door, a box of leftover pizza on the middle shelf, and a completely empty gallon of milk still sitting on the top shelf. Of course, he doesn't have groceries. I can't have expected him to change completely. I grab a bottled water and exit the kitchen to go search for the room I'll be living in for the next few months. There are 2 bedrooms, so I take the one that isn't Corbin's and set my suitcase on top of the bed. I have about 3 more suitcases and at least 6 boxes down in the car, not to mention all my clothes on hangers. But I'm not about to attempt those tonight. Corbin said he'd be back in the morning, so I'll leave that to him. I change into a pair of sweats and a tank top, then brush my teeth and get ready for bed. Normally, I would be nervous about the fact that there's a stranger in the same apartment I'm in. But I have a feeling I don't need to worry. Corbin would never ask me to help someone he felt might be a threat to me in any way. Which confuses me, because if this is common behavior for Miles, I'm surprised Corbin asked me to bring him inside. Corbin has never trusted guys with me, and I blame Blake for that. He was my first serious boyfriend when I was 15, and he was Corbin's best friend. Blake was 17, and I had a huge crush on him for months. Of course, my friends and I had huge crushes on most of Corbin's friends simply because they were older than we were. Blake would come over most weekends to stay the night with Corbin, and we always seemed to find a way to spend time together when Corbin wasn't paying attention. One thing led to another, and after several weekends of sneaking around, Blake told me he wanted to make our relationship official. The problem Blake didn't foresee was how Corbin would react once Blake broke my heart. And boy, did he break it. As much as a 15-year-old heart can be broken after the span of a 2-week secret relationship. Turned out, he was officially dating quite a few girls during the 2 weeks he was with me. Once Corbin found out, their friendship was over, and all of Corbin's friends were warned not to come near me. I found it almost impossible to date in high school until after Corbin finally moved away. Even then, though, the guys had heard horror stories and tended to steer clear of Corbin's little sister. As much as I hated it then, I would more than welcome it now. I've had my fair share of relationships go wrong since high school. I lived with my most recent boyfriend for more than a year before we realized we wanted two separate things out of life. He wanted me home. I wanted a career. So now I'm here, pursuing my master's degree in nursing and doing whatever I can to avoid relationships. Maybe living with Corbin won't be such a bad thing after all. I head back to the living room to turn out the lights, but when I've rounded the corner, I come to an immediate halt. Not only is Miles up off the floor, but he's in the kitchen, with his head pressed against his arms and his arms folded on top of the kitchen counter. He's seated on the edge of a bar stool, and he looks as if he's about to fall off it any second. I can't tell if he's sleeping again or just attempting to recover. Miles? He doesn't move when I call his name, so I walk toward him and gently lay my hand on his shoulder to shake him awake. The second my fingers squeeze his shoulder, he gasps and sits up straight, as if I just woke him from the middle of a dream. Or a nightmare. Immediately, he slides off the stool and onto very unstable legs. He begins to sway, so I throw his arm over my shoulder and try to walk him out of the kitchen. Let's go to the couch, buddy. He drops his forehead to the side of my head and stumbles along with me, making it even harder to hold him up. My name isn't Buddy, he slurs. It's Miles. We make it to the front of the couch, and I start to peel him off me. Okay, Miles, whoever you are, just go to sleep. He falls onto the couch, but he doesn't let go of my shoulders. I fall with him and immediately attempt to pull away. Rachel, don't, he begs, grabbing me by the arm, trying to pull me to the couch with him. My name isn't Rachel, I say, freeing myself from his iron grip. It's Tate. I don't know why I clarify what my name is, because it's not likely he'll remember this conversation tomorrow. I walk to where the throw pillow is and pick it up off the floor. I pause before handing it back to him because he's on his side now and his face is pressed into the couch cushion. He's gripping the couch so tightly his knuckles are white. At first, I think he's about to get sick. But then I realize how incredibly wrong I am. He's not sick. He's crying. Hard. So hard, he isn't even making a sound. I don't even know the guy, but the obvious devastation he's experiencing is difficult to witness. I look down the hallway and back to him, wondering if I should leave him alone in order to give him privacy. The last thing I want to do is get tangled up in someone's issues. I've successfully avoided most forms of drama in my circle of friends up to this point, and I sure as hell don't want to start now. My first instinct is to walk away, but for some reason, I find myself oddly sympathetic toward him. His pain actually appears genuine, and not just the result of an overconsumption of alcohol. I lower myself to my knees in front of him and touch his shoulder. Miles? He inhales a huge breath, slowly lifting his face to look at me. His eyes are mere slits and bloodshot red. I'm not sure if that's a result of the crying or the alcohol. I'm so sorry, Rachel, he says, lifting a hand out toward me. He wraps it around the back of my neck and pulls me forward toward him, burying his face in the crevice between my neck and shoulder. I'm so sorry. I have no idea who Rachel is or what he did to her, but if he's hurting this bad, I shudder to think what she's feeling. I'm tempted to find his phone and search for her name and call her so she can come rectify this. Instead, I gently push him back into the couch. I lay his pillow down and urge him onto it. Go to sleep, Miles, I say gently. His eyes are so full of hurt when he drops to the pillow. You hate me so much, he says as he grabs my hand. His eyes fall shut again and he releases a heavy sigh. I stare at him silently, allowing him to keep hold of my hand until he's quiet and still, and there aren't any more tears. I pull my hand away from his, but I stay by his side for a few minutes longer. Even though he's asleep, he somehow still looks as if he's in a world of pain. His eyebrows are furrowed and his breathing is sporadic, failing to fall into a peaceful pattern. For the first time, I notice a faint, jagged scar, about 4 inches long, that runs smoothly across the entire right side of his jaw. It stops just 2 inches shy of his lips. I have the strange urge to touch it and run my finger down the length of it. But instead, my hand reaches up to his hair. It's short on the sides, a little longer on the top, and just the perfect blend of brown and blonde. I stroke his hair, comforting him, even though he may not deserve it. This guy may deserve every single bit of the remorse he's feeling for whatever he did to Rachel. But at least he's feeling it. I have to give him that much. Whatever he did to Rachel, at least he loves her enough to regret it.
Chapter 2. Miles. 6 years earlier. I open the door to the administration office and walk the roll sheet to the secretary's desk. Before I turn and head back to class, she stops me with a question. You're in Mr. Clayton's senior English class, aren't you, Miles? Yep, I reply to Mrs. Borden. Need me to take something to him? The phone on her desk rings, and she nods, picking up the receiver. She covers it with her hand. Wait around another minute or two, she says, nodding her head in the direction of the principal's office. We've got a new student who just enrolled, and she also has Mr. Clayton this period. I need you to show her to the classroom. I agree and plop into one of the chairs next to the door. I look around the administration office and realize this is the first time in the 4 years I've been in high school that I've ever sat in one of these seats, which means I've successfully made it 4 years without being sent to the office. My mother would have been proud to know that, although it leaves me kind of disappointed in myself. Detention is something every male in high school should accomplish at least once. I have the rest of my senior year to achieve it, though, so there's still that to look forward to. I retrieve my phone from my pocket, secretly hoping Mrs. Borden sees me with it and decides to slap me with a detention slip. When I look up at her, she's still on the phone, but she makes eye contact with me. She simply smiles and goes about her secretarial duties. I shake my head in disappointment and open up a text to Ian. It doesn't take much to excite people around here. Nothing new ever happens. Me. New girl enrolled today. Senior. Ian. Is she hot? Me. Haven't seen her yet. About to walk her to class. Ian. Take a picture if she's hot. Me. Will do. BTW. How many times have you had detention this year? Ian. Twice. Why? What'd you do? Twice? Yeah, I need to rebel it up a bit before graduation. I should definitely turn in some homework late this year. I'm pathetic. The door to the principal's office opens, so I close my phone. I slide it into my pocket and look up. I never want to look down again. Miles is going to show you the way to Mr. Clayton's class, Rachel. Mrs. Borden points Rachel in my direction, and she begins to walk toward me. I instantly become aware of my legs and their inability to stand. My mouth forgets how to speak. My arms forget how to reach out to introduce the person they're attached to. My heart forgets to wait and get to know a girl before it starts to claw its way out of my chest to get to her. Rachel. Rachel. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. She's like poetry, like prose and love letters and lyrics cascading down the center of a page. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. I say her name over and over in my head because I'm positive it's the name of the next girl I'll fall in love with. I'm suddenly standing, walking toward her. I might be smiling, pretending I'm not affected by those green eyes that I hope will one day be smiling just for me. Or that red is my heart hair that doesn't look like it's been tampered with since God created it specifically with her in mind. I'm talking to her. I tell her my name is Miles. I tell her she can follow me and I'll show her the way to Mr. Clayton's class. I'm staring at her because she hasn't spoken yet, but her nod is the nicest thing a girl has ever said to me. I ask her where she's from and she tells me Arizona. Phoenix, she specifies. I don't ask her what brought her to California, but I do tell her my father does business in Phoenix a lot because he owns a few buildings there. She smiles. I tell her I've never been there, but I'd like to go one day. She smiles again. I think she says it's a nice town, but it's hard to understand her words when all I hear in my head is her name. Rachel. I'm gonna fall in love with you, Rachel. Her smile makes me want to keep talking, so I ask her another question as we pass Mr. Clayton's room. We keep walking. She keeps talking because I keep asking her questions. She nods some. She answers some. She sings some. Or it sounds that way. We get to the end of the hallway right when she says something about how she hopes she likes the school because she wasn't ready to move away from Phoenix. She doesn't look happy about the move. She doesn't know how happy I am about the move. Where's Mr. Clayton's classroom? She asks. I stare at the mouth that just delivered that question. Her lips aren't symmetrical. Her top lip is slightly thinner than her bottom lip, but you can't tell until she talks. When words come out of her mouth, it makes me wonder why words are so much better coming from her mouth than any other mouth. And her eyes. There's no way her eyes aren't seeing a prettier, more peaceful world than all the other eyes. I stare at her for a few more seconds. Then I point behind me and tell her we passed Mr. Clayton's classroom. Her cheeks grow a shade pinker, like my confession affected her in the same way she's affecting me. I smile again. I nod my head toward Mr. Clayton's class. We walk in that direction. Rachel. You're gonna fall in love with me, Rachel. I open the door for her and let Mr. Clayton know that Rachel is new here. I also want to add, for the sake of all the other guys in the classroom, that Rachel is not theirs. She's mine. But I don't say anything. I don't have to, because the only one who needs to be aware that I want Rachel is Rachel. She looks at me and smiles again, taking the only empty seat all the way across the room. Her eyes tell me she already knows she's mine. It's just a matter of time. I want to text Ian and tell her she isn't hot. I want to tell him she's volcanic, but he would laugh at that. Instead, I discreetly take a picture of her from where I'm seated. I send the picture and a message to Ian that says, she's gonna have all my babies. Mr. Clayton begins class. Miles Archer becomes obsessed. I met Rachel on Monday. It's Friday. I've said nothing to her since the day we met. I don't know why. We have 3 classes together. Every time I see her, she smiles at me like she wants me to talk to her. Every time I work up the courage, I talk myself down. I used to be confident. Then Rachel happened. I gave myself until today. If I didn't work up the courage by today, I'd be giving up my only shot with her. Girls like Rachel aren't available for long, if she's even available. I don't know her story or if she's wrapped up in a guy back in Phoenix, but there's only one way to find out. I'm standing next to her locker waiting for her. She exits the classroom and smiles at me. I say, "Hi," when she walks up to her locker. I notice that same subtle change in her skin color. I like that. I ask how her first week was. She tells me it was fine. I ask her if she's made any friends, and she shrugs as she says, "A few." I smell her, subtly. She notices anyway. I tell her she smells good. She says, "Thank you." I push through the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I push past the sheen of moisture developing on my palms. I drown out her name, which I keep wanting to repeat out loud over and over. I push it all down and hold her stare while I ask her if she'd like to do something later. I keep it all pushed away and make room for her response because it's the only thing I want. I want that nod, actually. The one that doesn't require words. Just a smile. I don't get her nod. She has plans tonight. It all comes back tenfold, spilling over like a flood, and I'm the dam. The pounding, the sweaty palms, her name, a newfound insecurity I never knew existed, burying itself in my chest. All of it takes over and feels like it's building a wall around her. I'm not busy tomorrow, though, she says, obliterating the wall with her words. I make room for those words, lots of room. I let them invade me. I soak those words up like a sponge. I pluck them out of the air and swallow them. Tomorrow works for me, I say. I pull my phone out of my pocket, not even bothering to hide my smile. What's your number? I'll call you. She tells me her number. She's excited. She's excited. I save her contact in my phone, knowing it'll be there for a long, long time. And I'm going to use it. A lot.
Chapter 3. Tate. Normally, if I were to wake up, open my eyes, and see an angry man staring me down from a bedroom doorway, I might scream. I might throw things, I might run to the bathroom and lock myself inside. I don't do any of these things, though. I stare back, because I'm confused about how this is the same guy who was passed out drunk in the hallway. How is this the same guy who cried himself to sleep last night? This guy is intimidating. This guy is angry. This guy is watching me like I should be giving him an apology or explaining myself. It is the same guy, though, because he's wearing the same pair of jeans and the same black t-shirt he fell asleep in last night. The only difference in his appearance between last night and this morning is that he's now able to stand up without assistance.
What happened to my hand, Tate?
He knows my name. Does he know it because Corbin told him I was moving in? Or because he actually remembers my telling him last night? I'm hoping Corbin told him, because I don't really want him to remember last night. I suddenly feel embarrassed that he might recall my consoling him while he cried himself to sleep. He apparently doesn't have a clue what happened to his hand, though, so I hope that means he has no recollection of anything beyond that. He's leaning against my bedroom door with his arms folded across his chest. He looks defensive, like I'm the one responsible for his bad night. I roll over, still not quite finished with sleeping, even though he thinks I owe him some sort of explanation. I pull the covers over my head. "Lock the front door on your way out," I say, hoping he'll take the hint that he is more than welcome to go back to his place now.
Where's my phone?
I squeeze my eyes shut and try to drown out the smooth sound of his voice as it slides into my ears and makes its way through every nerve in my body, warming me in places this flimsy blanket failed to do all night. I remind myself that the person that sultry voice belongs to is now standing in the doorway, rudely demanding things without even acknowledging the fact that I helped him last night. I'd like to know where my "thank you" is, or my "hey, I'm Miles, nice to meet you." I get none of that from this guy. He's too worried about his hand, and his phone, apparently. Too worried about himself to be concerned about how many people his carelessness might have inconvenienced last night. If this guy and his attitude are going to be my neighbors for the next few months, I'd better set him straight now. I toss the covers off and stand up, then walk to the door and meet his gaze. "Do me a favor and take a step back." Surprisingly, he does. I keep my eyes locked with his until the bedroom door slams in his face and I'm looking at the back of the door. I smile and walk back to my bed. I lie down and pull the covers over my head. I win. Have I mentioned I'm not much of a morning person? The door opens again. Flies open. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he yells. I groan, then sit up on the bed and look at him. He's standing in the doorway once again, still looking at me like I owe him something. "You!" I yell back. He looks genuinely shocked at my harsh response, which kind of makes me feel bad. But he's the one being the jerk. I think. He started it. I think. He eyes me hard for a few seconds, then tilts his head slightly forward and arches an eyebrow. "Did we—" He motions his finger back and forth between us. "Did we hook up last night? Is that why you're pissed?" I laugh when my initial thoughts are confirmed. He's being the jerk. And this is great. I'm neighbors with a guy who gets shit-faced on weeknights and obviously brings home so many girls in the process that he can't even remember which ones he messed around with. I open my mouth to respond, but am cut off by the sound of the apartment door closing and Corbin's voice yelling out, "Tate?" I immediately jump up and rush to the door, but Miles is still blocking the doorway, glaring at me, expecting a response to his question. I look him straight in the eyes to give him an answer, but his eyes catch me off guard for a short moment. They are the clearest blue eyes I've ever seen. Not at all the heavy-lidded bloodshot eyes from last night. His eyes are so light blue they're almost colorless. I continue to stare at them, half expecting to see waves if I look closely enough. I'd say they were as clear blue as the waters of the Caribbean, but I've never actually been to the Caribbean, so I wouldn't know. He blinks, and it immediately pulls me away from the Caribbean and back to San Francisco. Back to this bedroom. Back to the last question he asked before Corbin walked through the front door. "Not sure if you can call what we did hooking up," I whisper. I stare at him, waiting for him to move out of my way. He stands taller, putting up an invisible wall of armor with his posture and his rigid body language. Apparently he doesn't like to envision the two of us making out, based on the unyielding look he's giving me. It almost seems like he's looking at me in disgust, which makes me dislike him that much more. I don't back down, and neither of us breaks eye contact when he steps out of my way and allows me to pass him. Corbin is rounding the hallway when I exit my room. He glances back and forth between me and Miles, so I quickly shoot him a look to let him know that's not even remotely a possibility. "Hey, sis," he says, pulling me in for a hug. I haven't seen him in almost 6 months. Sometimes it's easy to forget how much you miss people until you see them again. That's not the case with Corbin. I always miss him. As much as his protectiveness can get old at times, it's also a testament to how close we are. Corbin releases me and pulls at a lock of my hair. "It's longer," he says. "I like it." This may be the longest we've gone without seeing each other. I reach up and flick the hair hanging across his forehead. "So is yours," I say, "and I don't like it." I smile to let him know I'm kidding. I actually like the shaggier look on him. People have always said we look a lot alike, but I don't see it. His skin is a lot darker than mine, which I've always envied. Our hair is the same rich hue of brown, but our facial features are nothing alike, specifically our eyes. Mom used to tell us that if we put our eyes together, they would look just like a tree. His were as green as the leaves, and mine were as brown as the trunk. I always envied that he got to be the leaves of the tree, because green was my favorite color growing up. Corbin acknowledges Miles with a nod of his head. "Hey, man, rough night?" He asks the question with a laugh, as he knows exactly what kind of night Miles had last night. Miles walks past both of us. "I don't know," he says in response. "I don't remember it." He walks into the kitchen and opens a cabinet, retrieving a cup like he's comfortable enough here to do so. I don't like that. I don't like comfortable Miles. Comfortable Miles opens another cabinet and takes out a bottle of aspirin, fills his cup with water, and pops 2 of the aspirin into his mouth. "Did you get all your stuff brought up?" Corbin asks me. "Nope," I say, glancing at Miles when I respond. I was kind of preoccupied with your neighbor most of the night. Miles nervously clears his throat as he washes the glass and places it back in the cabinet. His discomfort with his lapse in memory makes me laugh. I like that he has no idea what happened last night. I even kind of like that the thought of being with me seems to unnerve him. I might keep this facade going for a while for my own sick enjoyment. Corbin looks at me as if he knows what I'm trying to pull. Miles steps out of the kitchen and glances my way, then looks back to Corbin. I would have gone back to my place by now, but I can't find my keys. You have my spare set? Corbin nods and walks to a drawer in the kitchen. He opens it, grabs a key, and tosses it to Miles, who catches it in midair. Can you come back in an hour and help me unload Tate's car? I want to shower first. Miles nods, but his eyes cut briefly to mine as Corbin starts walking to his bedroom. We'll catch up when it's not too morning, Corbin tells me. It may have been 7 years since we've lived together, but he apparently remembers I'm not much of a talker in the morning. Too bad Miles doesn't know this about me. After Corbin disappears into his bedroom, I turn and face Miles again. He's already looking at me expectantly, like he's still waiting for me to answer whatever questions he asked me earlier. I just want him to leave, so I answer them all at once. You were passed out in the hallway last night when I got here. I didn't know who you were, so when you tried to get inside the apartment, I might have slammed the door on your hand. It's not broken. I checked it out, and it's bruised at best. Just put some ice on it and wrap it for a few hours. And no, we didn't hook up. I helped you into the apartment, and then I went to bed. Your phone is on the floor by the front door where you dropped it last night because you were too shit-faced to walk. I turned to head to my room, just wanting to get away from the intensity in his eyes. I spin around when I reach my bedroom door. When you come back in an hour and I've had a chance to wake up, we can try this again. His jaw is firm. Try what again? He asks. Getting off on the right foot. I close my bedroom door, putting up a barrier between me and that voice. That stare. How many boxes do you have? Corbin asks. He's slipping on his shoes by the door. I grab my keys off the bar. 6, plus 3 suitcases and all my clothes on hangers. Corbin walks to the door directly across the hall and bangs on it, then turns and heads toward the elevators. He pushes the down button. Did you tell Mom you made it? Yeah, I texted her last night. I hear his apartment door open just as the elevator arrives, but I don't turn to watch him walk out of it. I step in, and Corbin holds the elevator for Miles. As soon as he comes into view, I lose the war. The war I didn't even know I was fighting. It doesn't happen often, but when I do find a guy attractive, it's better when it happens with a person I want it to happen with. Miles is not the person I want to be feeling this for. I don't want to be attracted to a guy who drinks himself into oblivion, cries over other girls, and can't even remember if he screwed you the night before. But it's hard not to notice his presence when his presence becomes everything. Should just be 2 trips, Corbin says to Miles as he presses the button for the ground floor. Miles is staring at me, and I can't quite judge his demeanor, because he still looks pissed. I stare back, because no matter how good-looking he may be with that attitude, I'm still waiting for the thank you I never got. Hi, Miles finally says. He steps forward and completely ignores unspoken elevator etiquette by stepping too close and holding out his hand. Miles Archer. I live across the hall from you. And I'm confused. I think we've established that, I say, looking down at his outstretched hand. Starting over, he says, arching a brow. On the right foot. Ah, yes, I did tell him that. I take his hand and shake it. Tate Collins, I'm Corbin's sister. The way he steps back and keeps his eyes locked with mine makes me a little uncomfortable, since Corbin is standing only a foot away. Corbin doesn't seem to care, though. He's ignoring both of us, preoccupied with his phone. Miles finally breaks his stare and pulls his phone out of his pocket. I take the opportunity to study him while his attention is off of me. I come to the conclusion that his appearance is completely contradictory. It's as if two different creators were at war when he was envisioned. The strength in his bone structure contrasts with the soft, inviting appeal of his lips. They seem harmless and welcoming compared with the harshness in his features and the jagged scar that runs the length of the right side of his jaw. His hair can't decide if it wants to be brown or blonde or wavy or straight. His personality flips between inviting and callously indifferent, muddling my ability to discern hot from cold. His casual posture is at war with the fierceness I've seen in his eyes. His composure this morning contradicts his inebriated state from last night. His eyes can't decide if they want to look at his phone or at me, because they waver back and forth several times before the elevator doors open. I stop staring and step off the elevator first. Cap is seated in his chair, ever so vigilant. He glances at the three of us exiting the elevator and pushes up on the arms of his chair, coming to a slow, shaky stand. Corbin and Miles both nod at him and continue walking.
"How was your first night, Tate?"
he asks with a smile, stopping me mid-stride. The fact that he already knows my name doesn't surprise me, since he knew what floor I was going to last night. I look at the back of Miles' head as they continue without me. Kind of eventful, actually. I think my brother might have made a poor choice in the company he keeps. I look at Cap, and he's staring at Miles now, too. His wrinkle-lined lips purse into a thin line, and he gives a slight shake of his head.
"Ah, that boy probably can't help it none,"
he says, dismissing my comment. I'm not sure if he's referring to Corbin or Miles when he says, "that boy," but I don't ask. Cap turns away from me and begins shuffling in the direction of the lobby restrooms.
"I think I just pissed on myself,"
he mutters. I watch him disappear through the restroom door, wondering at what point in a person's life he becomes old enough to lose his filter. Although Cap doesn't seem like the type of man who ever even had a filter. I kind of like that about him. "Tate, let's go," Corbin yells from the far end of the lobby. I catch up with them to show them the way to my car. It takes 3 trips to get all my things up, not 2. 3 entire trips where Miles doesn't speak another word to me.
Chapter 4. Miles. 6 years earlier. Dad. Where are you? Me. Ian's house? Dad. We need to talk. Me. Can it wait until tomorrow? I'll be home late. Dad. No, I need you home now. I've been waiting for you since school let out. Me. Fine. On my way. That was the conversation that led to this moment. Me, sitting in front of my dad on the couch, my dad telling me something I don't care to hear. I would have told you sooner, Miles. I just felt guilty, I interrupt. Like you're doing something wrong? His eyes meet mine, and I feel bad for saying what I said, but I push the feeling down and keep going. She's been dead less than a year. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I want to throw up. He doesn't like being judged, especially by me. He's used to my supporting his decisions. Hell, I'm used to supporting his decisions. Until now, I always thought he made good ones. Look, I know this is hard for you to accept, but I need your support. You have no idea how hard it's been for me to move on since she died. Hard? I'm standing. I'm raising my voice. I'm acting like I give a shit for some reason when I really don't. I could care less that he's already dating again. He can see whoever he wants. He can screw whoever he wants. I think the only reason I'm reacting this way is because she can't. It's hard to defend your marriage when you're dead. That's why I'm doing it for her. It's obviously not very hard for you at all, Dad. I walk to the opposite end of the living room. I walk back. The house is too damn small to fit all of my frustration and disappointment. I look at him again, recognizing that it's not so much the fact that he's seeing someone already. It's the look he gets in his eyes when he talks about her that I hate. I never saw him look at my mother that way, so whoever she is, I know it's not a casual thing. She's about to seep into our lives, intertwining around and through and between my relationship with my father like she's poison ivy. It'll no longer be just my father and me. It'll be me, my father, and Lisa. Doesn't feel right considering my mother's presence is still everywhere in this house. He's sitting with his hands folded in front of him, clasped together. He's looking down at the floor. I don't know if this will go anywhere, but I want to give it a shot. Lisa makes me happy. Sometimes moving on is the only way to move on. I open my mouth to respond to him, but my words are cut off by the doorbell. He looks up at me, hesitantly coming to a stand. He seems smaller, less heroic. I'm not asking you to like her. I'm not asking you to spend time with her. I just want you to be nice to her. His eyes are pleading with me, and it makes me feel guilty for being so resistant. I nod. I will, Dad. You know I will. He hugs me, and it feels good and bad. It doesn't feel like I've just hugged the man I've had on a pedestal for 17 years. It feels as though I just hugged my peer. He asks me to get the door while he heads back to the kitchen to finish dinner, so I do. I close my eyes and let my mom know that I'm going to be nice to Lisa, but she'll always just be Lisa to me, no matter what happens between her and Dad. I open the door. Miles? I look at her face, and it's completely opposite from my mother's face. This makes me feel good. She's a lot shorter than my mother. She's not as pretty as my mother either. There's nothing about her that can be compared to my mother, so I don't even try. I accept her for what she is, our dinner guest. I nod and open the door wider to let her in. You must be Lisa. Good to meet you. I point behind me. My father is in the kitchen. Lisa leans forward and gives me a hug, one that I successfully make awkward after it takes me several seconds to hug her back. My eyes meet the eyes of the girl standing behind her. The eyes of the girl standing behind her meet mine. You're gonna fall in love with me, Rachel. Miles? She says in a broken whisper. Rachel sounds a little bit like her mother, but sadder. Lisa looks back and forth between us. You know each other? Rachel doesn't nod. Neither do I. Our disappointment melts to the floor and combines in a puddle of premature tears at our feet. He... Rachel is stuttering, so I help her finish her words. I go to school with Rachel, I blurt out. I regret saying that, because what I really want to say is, Rachel is the next girl I'm going to fall in love with. I can't say that, though, because it's obvious what's bound to happen. Rachel isn't the next girl I'll fall in love with, because Rachel is the girl who will more than likely become my new stepsister. For the second time tonight, I feel sick. Lisa smiles and clasps her hands together. That's great, she says. I'm so relieved. My father walks into the room. He hugs Lisa. He says hi to Rachel and tells her it's good to see her again. My father already knows Rachel. Rachel already knows my father. My father is Lisa's new boyfriend. My father visits Phoenix a lot. My father has been visiting Phoenix a lot since before my mother died. My father is a bastard. Rachel and Miles already know each other, Lisa says to my father. He smiles and relief floods his face. Good, good, he says, repeating the word twice as if it could make things better. No, bad, bad. That'll make tonight a lot less awkward, he says with a laugh. I look back at Rachel. Rachel looks at me. I can't fall in love with you, Rachel. Her eyes are sad. My thoughts are sadder. And you can't fall in love with me. She slowly walks inside, avoiding my gaze as she watches her feet with each step. They're the saddest steps I've ever seen taken. I close the door. It's the saddest door I've ever had to close.
Chapter 5. Tate. "Are you off for Thanksgiving?" my mother asks. I switch my cell to my other ear and pull the apartment key out of my purse. "Yeah, but not Christmas. I only work weekends for now." "Good. Tell Corbin we're not dead yet if he ever gets the urge to call us." I laugh. "I'll tell him. Love you." I hang up and put my cell phone into the pocket of my scrub top. It's only a part-time job, but it gets my foot in the door. Tonight was my last night of training before I start weekend rotations tomorrow night. I like the job so far, and I was honestly shocked to land it after my first interview. It works out with my school schedule, too. I'm in school every weekday, doing either clinical or classroom hours. Then I work second shift on the weekends over at the hospital. It's been a seamless transition up to this point. I also like San Francisco. I know it's only been 2 weeks, but I could see myself staying here after graduation next spring rather than going back to San Diego. Corbin and I have even been getting along, although he's gone more than he's home, so I'm sure that has everything to do with it. I smile, finally feeling like I've found my place, and I open the door to the apartment. My smile fades as soon as it meets the eyes of 3 other guys, only 2 of whom I recognize. Miles is standing in the kitchen, and the married asshole from the elevator is sitting on the couch. Why the hell is Miles here? Why the hell are any of them here? I glare at Miles as I kick off my shoes and drop my purse on the counter. Corbin isn't due back for 2 more days, and I was looking forward to the peace and quiet tonight so I could get some studying done. "It's Thursday," Miles says when he sees the scowl on my face, like the day of the week is supposed to be some sort of explanation. He's watching me from his position in the kitchen. He can see I'm not happy. "So it is," I reply, "and tomorrow is Friday." I turn to the other 2 guys sitting on Corbin's couch. "Why are you all in my apartment?" The blonde, lanky guy immediately stands up and walks over to me. He extends his hand. "Tate?" he asks. "I'm Ian. I grew up with Miles. I'm a friend of your brother's." He points to the elevator guy who is still seated on the couch. "This is Dylan." Dylan gives me a nod but doesn't bother speaking. He doesn't have to. His shit-eating grin says enough about what he's thinking right now. Miles walks back into the living room and points to the television. "This is kind of a thing we do some Thursdays if either of us is home. Game night." I don't care if it's their thing. I have homework. "Corbin isn't even home tonight. Can't you do this at your apartment?" "I need to study." Miles hands Dylan a beer and then looks back at me. "I don't have cable." "Of course you don't." "And Dylan's wife doesn't let us use his place." "Of course she doesn't." I roll my eyes and walk to my bedroom, slamming the door unintentionally. I change out of my scrubs and pull on a pair of jeans. I grab the shirt I slept in last night and just get it over my head when someone knocks on the door. I swing it open almost as dramatically as I slammed it earlier. He's so tall. I didn't realize how tall he was, but now that he's standing in my doorway, filling it, he seems really tall. If he were to wrap his arms around me right now, my ear would press against his heart. Then his cheek would rest comfortably on top of my head. If he were to kiss me, I'd have to tilt my face up to meet his. But it would be nice because he would probably wrap his arms around my lower back and pull me to him, so that our mouths would come together, like 2 pieces of a puzzle. Only they wouldn't fit very well because they are most definitely not 2 pieces from the same puzzle. Something strange is going on in my chest. a flutter kind of thing. I hate it, because I know what it means. It means my body is really starting to like Miles. I just hope my brain never catches up. "If you need quiet, you can go to my place," he says. I cringe at the way his offer works knots into my stomach. I shouldn't be excited about the possibility of being inside his apartment, but I am. "We'll probably be here another 2 hours, he adds. There's regret in his voice somewhere. It would more than likely take a search party to locate it, but it's buried there somewhere beneath all the sultriness. I expel a quick, relinquishing breath. I'm being a bitch. This isn't even my apartment. This is their thing that they obviously do on a regular basis, and who am I to think I can just move in and put a stop to it? "I'm just tired," I say to him. "It's fine. I'm sorry if I was rude to your friends." "Friend," he says as clarification. "Dylan is not my friend." I don't ask him what he means by that. He glances into the living room, then looks back at me. He leans against the frame of the door, an indication that my relinquishing the apartment for their game wasn't the end of our conversation. He swings his eyes to the scrubs strewn across my mattress. "You got a job?" "Yeah," I say, wondering why he's suddenly up for conversation. "Registered nurse in an ER." A crease appears on his forehead, and I can't tell if it's a result of confusion or fascination. "Aren't you still in nursing school? How can you already work as an RN?" "I'm getting my master's in nursing so I can work as a CRNA. I already have my RN license." His expression is obstinate, so I clarify. "It allows me to administer anesthesia." He stares at me for a few seconds before standing up straight and pushing off the doorframe. "Good for you," he says. There's no smile, though. Why doesn't he ever smile? He walks back to the living room. I step out of the doorway and watch him. Miles takes his seat on the couch and gives the TV his full attention. Dylan is giving me his full attention, but I look away and head to the kitchen to find something to eat. There isn't much, considering I haven't cooked all week, so I grab all the stuff I need from the refrigerator in order to make a sandwich. When I turn around, Dylan is still staring. Only now he's staring from about a foot away instead of all the way from the living room. He smiles, then steps forward and reaches into the refrigerator, coming inches from my face. "So, you're Corbin's little sis." I think I'm with Miles on this one. I don't much like Dylan either. Dylan's eyes aren't anything like Miles's eyes. When Miles looks at me, his eyes hide everything. Dylan's eyes don't hide anything, and right now they're clearly undressing me. "Yes," I say simply as I make my way around him. I walk to the pantry and open it to look for the bread. Once I find it, I set it on the bar and begin making my sandwich. I lay out bread for an extra sandwich to take to Cap. He's kind of grown on me in the little time I've lived here. I found out he works up to 14 hours a day sometimes, but only because he lives in the building alone and doesn't have anything better to do. He seems to appreciate my company, and especially gifts in the form of food. So, until I make more friends here, I guess I'll be spending my downtime with an 80-year-old. Dylan casually leans across the counter. "You a nurse or something?" He opens his beer and brings it to his mouth, but pauses before taking a drink. He wants me to answer him first. "Yep," I say with a clipped voice. He smiles and takes a swig of his beer. I continue making my sandwiches, intentionally trying to appear closed off. But Dylan doesn't seem to take the hint. He just continues to stare at me until my sandwiches are made. I'm not offering to make him a damn sandwich if that's why he's still here. "I'm a pilot," he says. He doesn't say it in a smug way. But when no one's asking you what your occupation is, voluntarily contributing it to the conversation naturally comes off as smug.
I work at the same airline as Corbin.
He's staring at me, waiting for me to be impressed by the fact that he's a pilot. What he doesn't realize is that all the men in my life are pilots. My grandfather was a pilot, my father was a pilot until he retired a few months ago. My brother is a pilot. Dylan, if you're trying to impress me, you're going about it the wrong way. I much prefer a guy with a little more modesty and a lot less wife. My eyes flash down to the wedding ring on his left hand.
Game just started,
Miles says, walking into the kitchen, directing his words toward Dylan. His words might be innocuous, but his eyes are definitely telling Dylan that he needs to return to the living room. Dylan sighs as if Miles just stripped away all his fun.
It's good to see you again, Tate,
he says, acting as if the conversation would have come to an end whether Miles decided it should or not.
You should join us in the living room.
His eyes scroll over Miles even though he's speaking to me.
Apparently, the game just started.
Dylan straightens up and shoulders past Miles, heading back into the living room. Miles ignores Dylan's display of annoyance and slides his hand into his back pocket, pulling out a key. He hands it to me.
Go study at my place.
It's not a request. It's a demand. I'm fine studying here. I set the key on the counter and put the lid back on the mayonnaise, refusing to be displaced from my own apartment by 3 boys. I wrap both sandwiches in a paper towel. The TV isn't even that loud. He takes a step forward until he's close enough to whisper. I'm pretty sure I'm leaving finger indentations on the bread, considering every single part of me, right down to my toes, just tensed.
I'm not fine with you studying here. Not until everyone leaves. Go. Take your sandwiches with you.
I look down at my sandwiches. I don't know why I feel like he just insulted them. They aren't both for me, I say defensively. I'm taking one to Cap. I look back up at him, and he's doing that unfathomable staring thing again. With eyes like his, that should be illegal. I raise my eyebrows expectantly because he's making me feel really awkward. I'm not an exhibit, yet the way he watches me makes me feel like one.
You made a sandwich for Cap?
I nod. Food makes him happy, I say with a shrug. He studies the exhibit a little longer before leaning into me again. He grabs the key off the bar behind me and slides it into my front pocket. I'm not even sure if his fingers touched my jeans, but I inhale sharply and look down at my pocket as his hand pulls away. Because, holy hell, I wasn't expecting that. I'm frozen while he's casually making his way back into the living room unaffected. It feels like my pocket is on fire. I persuade my feet to move, needing some time to process all of that. After delivering Cap's sandwich, I do as Miles says and head over to his apartment. I go on my own accord, not because he wants me over there, and not because I really do have a lot of homework, but because the thought of being inside his apartment without him there is sadistically exciting to me. I feel like I've just been handed a free pass to all his secrets. I should have known better than to think his apartment would give me any sort of glimpse into who he is. Not even his eyes can do that. Sure, it really is a lot quieter over here, and yeah, I've finished 2 solid hours of homework, but that's only because there aren't any distractions. At all. No paintings on the sterile white walls, no decorations, no color whatsoever. Even the solid oak table dividing the kitchen from the living room is undecorated. It's so unlike the home I grew up in, where the kitchen table was the focal point of my mother's entire house, complete with a table runner, an elaborate overhead chandelier, and plates to match whatever the current season was. Miles doesn't even have a fruit bowl. The only impressive thing about this apartment is the bookshelf in the living room. It's lined with dozens of books, which is more of a turn-on to me than anything else that could potentially line his barren walls. I walk over to the bookshelf to inspect his selection, hoping to get a glimpse of him based on his choice of literature. Row after row of aeronautical-themed books is all I find. I'm a little disappointed that after a free inspection of his apartment, the best I can conclude is that he might be a workaholic with little to no taste in decor. I give up on the living room and walk into the kitchen. I open the refrigerator, but there's hardly anything in it. There are a few takeout boxes, condiments, orange juice. It resembles Corbin's refrigerator. Empty and sad and so very bachelor. I open a cabinet, grab a cup, then pour myself some juice. I drink it and rinse the cup out in the sink. There are a few other dishes piled up on the left side of the sink, so I begin washing those too. Even his plates and cups lack personality. Plain and white and sad. I have the sudden urge to take my credit card straight to the store and buy him some curtains. A new set of vibrant dishes, a few paintings, and maybe even a plant or two. This place needs a little life. I wonder what his story is. I don't think he has a girlfriend. I've yet to see him with one up to this point, and the apartment and obvious lack of a female's touch make it a likely assumption. I don't think a girl could walk into this apartment without decorating it at least a little bit before she left. So I'm assuming girls just never walk into this apartment. It makes me wonder about Corbin, too. All our years growing up together, he's never been open about his relationships. But I'm pretty sure that's because he's never been in a relationship. Every time I've ever been introduced to a girl in his past, she never seems to make it through an entire week with him. I don't know if that's because he doesn't like keeping someone around, or if it's a sign that he's too difficult to be around. I'm sure it's the former, based on the number of random phone calls he receives from women. Considering his abundance of one-night stands and lack of commitment, it confuses me how he could be so protective of me growing up. I guess he just knew himself too well. He didn't want me dating guys like him. I wonder if Miles is a guy like Corbin. "Are you washing my dishes?" His voice catches me completely off guard, making me jump in my skin. I spin around and catch sight of a looming Miles, almost dropping the glass in my hands in the process. It slips, but I somehow manage to catch it before it crashes to the floor. I take a calming breath and set it down gently in the sink. "Finished my homework," I say, swallowing the thickness that just swelled in my throat. I look at the dishes that are now in the strainer. They were dirty. He smiles. I think. Just as soon as his lips start to curl up, they mash back into a straight line. False alarm. "Everyone's gone," Miles says, giving me the all-clear to vacate his premises. He notices the orange juice still out on the counter, so he picks it up and puts it back in the refrigerator. "Sorry," I mutter. "I was thirsty." He turns to face me and leans his shoulder into the refrigerator, folding his arms over his chest. "I don't care if you drink my juice, Tate." Oh, wow. That was an oddly sexy sentence. So was his presence in delivering it. Still no smile, though. Jesus Christ, this man. Does he not realize that facial expressions are supposed to accompany speech? I don't want him to see my disappointment, so I turn back toward the sink. I use the sprayer to wash the remaining suds down the drain. I find it quite fitting, considering the weird vibes floating around his kitchen. "How long have you lived here?" I ask, attempting to alleviate the awkward silence as I turn and face him again. 4 years. I don't know why I laugh, but I do. He raises an eyebrow, confused about why his answer caused me to laugh. "It's just that your apartment—" I glance toward the living room, then back to him. "It's kind of bland. I thought maybe you just moved in and haven't had a chance to decorate." I didn't mean for that to come out like an insult, but that's exactly how it sounded. I'm just trying to make conversation, but I think I'm only making this awkwardness worse. His eyes move slowly around his apartment as he processes my comment. I wish I could take it back, but I don't even try. I'd probably just make it worse. "I work a lot," he says.
I never have company, so I guess it just hasn't been a priority.
I want to ask him why he never has company, but certain questions seem off-limits to him. Speaking of company, what's up with Dylan? Miles shrugs his shoulders, leaning his back completely against the refrigerator.
Dylan's an asshole who has no respect for his wife, he says flatly.
He turns around completely and walks out of the kitchen, heading toward his bedroom. He pushes his bedroom door closed, but leaves it open just enough so that I can still hear him speak.
Thought I'd warn you before you fell for his act.
I don't fall for acts, I say, especially acts like Dylan's.
Good, he says.
Good? Ha! Miles doesn't want me to like Dylan. I love that Miles doesn't want me to like Dylan.
Corbin wouldn't like it if you started something up with him. He hates Dylan.
Oh, he doesn't want me to like Dylan for Corbin's sake. Why did that just disappoint me? He walks back out of his bedroom, and he's no longer in his jeans and t-shirt. He's in a familiar pair of slacks and a crisp white shirt, unbuttoned and open. He's putting on a pilot's uniform. You're a pilot? I ask, somewhat perplexed. My voice makes me sound oddly impressed. He nods and walks into the laundry room adjacent to the kitchen.
That's how I know Corbin, he says. We were in flight school together.
He walks back into his kitchen with a laundry basket and sets it on the counter.
He's a good guy.
His shirt isn't buttoned. I'm staring at his stomach. Stop staring at his stomach. Oh my word, he has the V. Those beautiful indentations on men that run the length of their outer abdominal muscles, disappearing beneath their jeans as if the indentations are pointing to a secret bullseye. Jesus Christ, Tate, you're staring at his damn crotch. He's buttoning his shirt now, so I somehow gain superhuman strength and force my eyes to look back up at his face. Thoughts. I should have some of those, but I can't find them. Maybe it's because I just found out he's an airline pilot. But why would that impress me? It doesn't impress me that Dylan's a pilot, but then again, I didn't find out Dylan was a pilot while he was doing laundry and flaunting his abs. A guy folding laundry while flaunting his abs and being a pilot is seriously impressive. Miles is fully dressed now. He's putting on his shoes, and I'm watching him like I'm in a theater and he's the main attraction. Is that safe? I ask, finding a coherent thought somehow. You've been drinking with the guys, and now you're about to be at the controls of a commercial jet? Miles zips his jacket, then picks up an already packed duffel bag from the floor.
I've only had water tonight, he says, right before exiting the kitchen. I'm not much of a drinker, and I definitely don't drink on work nights.
I laugh and follow him toward the living room. I walk to the table to grab my things. I think you're forgetting how we met, I say. Move-in day? Someone passed out drunk in the hallway day? He opens the front door to let me out.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Tate, he says. We met on an elevator. Remember?
I can't tell if he's kidding because there's no smile or gleam in his eyes. He closes the door behind us. I hand him back his apartment key and he locks his door. I walk to mine and open it.
Tate?
I almost pretend I don't hear him, just so he'll have to say my name again. Instead, I turn around and face him, pretending to be completely unaffected by this man.
That night you found me in the hallway? That was an exception. A very rare exception.
There's something unspoken in his eyes, and maybe even in his voice. He stands paused at his front door, poised to walk toward the elevators. He's waiting to see if I have anything to say in response. I should tell him goodbye. Maybe I should tell him to have a safe flight. That could be considered bad luck, though. I should just say goodnight. Was the exception because of what happened with Rachel? Yes, I really just chose to say that instead. Why did I just say that? His posture changes. His expression freezes as if my words jolted him with a bolt of lightning. He's more than likely confused that I said that, because he obviously doesn't remember anything about that night. Quick, Tate, recover. You thought I was someone named Rachel, I blurt out, explaining away the awkwardness as best I can. I just thought maybe something happened between the two of you, and that's why, you know. Miles inhales a deep breath, but he tries to hide it. I hit a nerve. We don't talk about Rachel, apparently.
Good night, Tate,
he says, turning away. I can't tell what just happened. Did I embarrass him? Piss him off? Make him sad? Whatever I did, I hate this thing now. This awkwardness that's filling the space between my door and the elevator he's now standing in front of. I walk inside my apartment and close my door. But the awkwardness is everywhere. It didn't remain out in the hallway.
Chapter 6. Miles. 6 years earlier. We eat dinner, but it's awkward. Lisa and Dad try to include us in the conversation, but neither of us is in the mood to talk. We stare at our plates. We push the food around with our forks. We don't want to eat. Dad asks Lisa if she wants to go sit out back. Lisa says yes. Lisa asks Rachel to help me clear the table. Rachel says okay. We take the plates to the kitchen. We're quiet. Rachel leans against the counter while I load the dishwasher. She watches me do my best to ignore her. She doesn't realize she's everywhere. She's in everything. Every single thing has just become Rachel. It's consuming me. My thoughts aren't thoughts anymore. My thoughts are Rachel. I can't fall in love with you, Rachel. I look at the sink. I want to look at Rachel. I breathe in air. I want to breathe in Rachel. I close my eyes. I only see Rachel. I wash my hands. I want to touch Rachel. I dry my hands on a towel before turning around to face her. Her hands are gripping the counter behind her. Mine are folded across my chest. They're the worst parents in the world, she whispers. Her voice cracks. My heart cracks. Despicable, I say to her. She laughs. I'm not supposed to fall in love with your laugh, Rachel. She sighs. I fall in love with that too. How long have they been seeing each other? I ask her. She'll be honest. She shrugs. About a year. It's been long distance until she moved us here to be closer to him. I feel my mother's heart breaking. We hate him. A year? I ask. Are you sure? She nods. She doesn't know about my mother. I can tell. Rachel? I say her name out loud, just like I've wanted to since the second I met her. She continues to look directly at me. She swallows, then breathes out a shallow, yeah? I step toward her. Her body reacts. She stands taller, but not by much. She breathes heavier, but not by much. Her cheeks grow redder, but not by much. It's all just enough. My hand fits her waist. My eyes search hers. They don't tell me no, so I do. When my lips touch hers, it's so many things. It's good and bad and right and wrong and revenge. She inhales, stealing some of my breaths. I breathe into her, giving her more. Our tongues touch and our guilt intertwines and my fingers slide through the hair God made specifically for her. My new favorite flavor is Rachel. My new favorite thing is Rachel. I want Rachel for my birthday. I want Rachel for Christmas. I want Rachel for graduation. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. I'm gonna fall in love with you anyway, Rachel. The back door opens. I release Rachel. She releases me, but only physically. I can still feel her in every other way. I look away from her, but everything is still Rachel. Lisa walks into the kitchen. She looks happy. She has a right to be happy. She's not the one who died. Lisa tells Rachel it's time to go. I tell them both goodbye, but my words are only for Rachel. She knows this. I finish the dishes. I tell my father Lisa was nice. I don't tell him I hate him yet. Maybe I never will. I don't know what good it would do to let him know that I don't see him in the same way anymore. Now he's just normal, human. Maybe that's the rite of passage before you become a man, realizing your father doesn't have life figured out any more than you do. I go to my room, I take out my phone, and I text Rachel. Me, what can we do about tomorrow night? Rachel, we lie to them? Me, can you meet me at 7? Rachel, yes. Me, Rachel? Rachel, yeah? Me, good night. Rachel, good night, Miles. I turn off my phone because I want that to be the last text I receive for the night. I close my eyes. I'm falling, Rachel.
Chapter 7. Tate. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen Miles, but only 2 seconds since the last time I've thought about him. He seems to work just as much as Corbin does, and while it's nice to have the place to myself occasionally, it's also nice when Corbin isn't working and there's actually someone to talk to. I would say it's nice when Corbin and Miles are both off work, but that hasn't happened since I've lived here. Until now. His dad is working and he's off until Monday, Corbin says. I had no idea he'd invited Miles to come back home with us for Thanksgiving until just now. He's knocking on Miles' apartment door. He doesn't have anything else to do. I'm pretty sure I nod after hearing those words, but I turn and walk straight toward the elevator. I'm afraid that when Miles opens his door, my excitement over the fact that he's coming with us will be transparent. I'm on the elevator at the far back wall when they both step on. Miles finds me and nods, but that's all I get. The last time I spoke to him, I made things completely awkward between us, so I don't say a word. I also try not to stare at him, but it's extremely difficult to focus on anything else. He's casually dressed in a baseball cap, jeans, and a 49ers t-shirt. I think that's why I find him hard to look away from, though, because I've always found guys more attractive when they put less effort into trying to appear attractive. My eyes leave his clothes and meet his concentrated stare. I don't know whether to smile in embarrassment or look away, so I just choose to copy his next move, waiting for him to look away first. He doesn't. He continues to watch me in silence for the remainder of the elevator ride, and I stubbornly do the same. When we finally make it to the ground floor, I'm relieved he steps off first, because I have to inhale a pretty noticeable breath, considering I haven't inhaled in at least 60 seconds.
"Where you three headed?"
Cap asks once we're all off the elevator. "Home to San Diego," Corbin says. "You have any plans for Thanksgiving?"
"Gonna be a busy day for flights,"
Cap says.
"Reckon I'll be here, working."
He winks in my direction, and I wink back before he shifts his attention toward Miles.
"How about you, boy? You headed home yourself?"
Miles silently watches Cap in the same way he silently stared at me on the elevator. This disappoints me tremendously, because on the elevator I had a small glimmer of hope that Miles was staring at me like he was because he feels the same pull to me that I feel when I'm around him. But now, watching his visual standoff with Cap, I'm almost certain it doesn't mean Miles is attracted to a person simply because he stares unabashedly. Miles apparently just looks at everyone this way. A very silent and awkward 5 seconds follows, with neither of them speaking. Maybe Miles doesn't like being referred to as boy?
"Have a good Thanksgiving, Cap,"
Miles finally utters, not even bothering to answer Cap's question. He turns and begins walking through the lobby with Corbin. I look at Cap and shrug my shoulders. "Wish me luck," I say quietly. "Seems Mr. Archer might be having another bad day." Cap smiles.
"Nah,"
he says, backing up a step toward his chair.
"Some people just don't like questions is all."
He falls into his chair. He gives me a farewell salute, and I salute him back before walking toward the exit. I can't tell if Cap excuses Miles' rude behavior because he likes Miles, or if he just makes excuses for everyone. "I'll drive there if you want," Miles says to Corbin when we all reach the car. "I know you haven't slept yet. You can drive back tomorrow." Corbin agrees, and Miles opens the driver's side door. I climb into the back seat and try to figure out where to sit. I don't know if I should sit directly behind Miles, in the middle, or behind Corbin. Anywhere I sit, I'll feel him. He's everywhere. Everything is Miles. That's how it is when a person develops an attraction toward someone. He's nowhere, then suddenly he's everywhere, whether you want him to be or not. It makes me wonder if I'm anywhere to him, but the thought doesn't last long. I can tell when a guy is attracted to me, and Miles definitely does not fall into that category. Which is why I need to figure out how to stop whatever this is I feel when I'm around him. The last thing I want right now is a silly crush on a guy when I've barely got time to focus on both work and school. I pull a paperback out of my purse and begin to read. Miles turns on the radio, and Corbin lays his seat back and kicks his feet up on the dash. "Don't wake me up until we're there," he says, pulling his cap over his eyes. I glance at Miles, and he's adjusting his rearview mirror. He turns around and looks behind us to back out of the spot, and his eyes briefly meet mine. "You comfortable?" he asks. He turns around before getting my answer and puts the car in drive, then glances at me in the rearview mirror. "Yep," I say. I make sure to tack a smile onto the end of that word. I don't want him to think I'm upset that he came. But it's hard for me not to appear closed off when I'm around him, since I'm trying so hard to be. He looks straight ahead, and I look back down at my book. 30 minutes pass, and the movement of the car, accompanied by my attempt to read, is making my head hurt. I set the book down beside me and readjust myself in the back seat. I lean my head back and prop my feet up on the console between Miles and Corbin. He glances at me in the rearview mirror, and his eyes feel like they're hands, running over every inch of me. He holds his stare for no longer than 2 seconds, then looks back at the road. I hate this. I have no idea what's going through his head. He never smiles, he never laughs, he doesn't flirt. His face appears as if he keeps a constant veil of armor between his expressions and the rest of the world. I've always been a sucker for the quiet types of guys. Primarily because most guys talk too much, and it's painful having to suffer through every single thought that goes through their heads. Miles makes me wish he were the opposite of the quiet type, though. I want to know all the thoughts that pass through his head, especially the one thought that's in there right now, hiding behind that unwavering stoic expression. I'm still staring at him in the rearview mirror, trying to figure him out, when he glances at me again. I look down at my phone, a little embarrassed that he caught me staring at him. But that mirror is like a magnet, and damn it if my eyes don't shoot back up to it. The second I look into the mirror again, so does he. I look back down. Shit. This drive is about to be the longest drive of my entire life. I make it 3 minutes, then I look again. Shit, so does he. I smile, amused by whatever game this is we're playing. He smiles too. He smiles too. Miles looks back at the road, but his smile remains for several seconds. I know because I can't stop staring at it. I want to take a picture of it before it disappears again, but that would be weird. He lowers his arm to rest it on the console, but my feet are in his way. I push up on my hands. Sorry, I say, as I begin to pull them back. His fingers wrap around my bare foot, stopping me. You're fine, he says. His hand is still wrapped around my foot. I'm staring at it. Holy hell, his thumb just moved. deliberately moved, stroking the side of my foot. My thighs clench together and my breath halts in my lungs and my legs tense, because I'll be damned if his hand didn't just caress my foot before he pulled it away. I have to chew on the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling. I think you're attracted to me, Miles. As soon as we arrive at my parents' place, my father puts Corbin and Miles to work hanging Christmas lights. I take our things into the house and give Corbin and Miles my room, since it's the only one with 2 beds. I take Corbin's old bedroom, then head to the kitchen to help my mom finish prepping dinner. Thanksgiving has always been a small affair at our house. Mom and Dad didn't like having to choose between families, and my dad was hardly ever home, since a pilot's busiest times of year are the holidays. My mother decided Thanksgiving would be reserved for immediate family only. So every year on Thanksgiving Day, it's always just been me, Corbin, Mom, and Dad, when Dad is home. Last year it was just Mom and me, since Dad and Corbin were both working. This year, it's all of us. And Miles. It's strange, him being here like this. Mom seemed happy to meet him, so I guess she didn't mind too much. My dad loves everyone, and he's more than happy to have someone else helping with the Christmas lights, so I know the presence of a third person doesn't bother him in the least. My mother passes me the pan of boiled eggs. I begin cracking them to prepare them for deviled eggs, and she leans across the kitchen island and rests her chin in her hands. That Miles sure is a looker, she says with an arch of her eyebrow. Let me explain something about my mother. She's a great mom. A really great mom. But I have never been comfortable talking to her about guys. It started when I was 12 and I got my first period. She was so excited she called 3 of her friends to tell them before she even explained what the hell was happening to me. I learned pretty early on that secrets aren't secrets once they reach her ears. He's not bad, I say, completely lying. I'm absolutely lying, because he is a looker. His golden brown hair paired with those mesmerizing blue eyes, his broad shoulders, the scruff that lines his firm jaw when he's had a couple of days off work, the way he always smells so fantastically delicious, like he just stepped out of the shower and hasn't even towel dried yet. Oh, my God. Who the hell am I right now? Does he have a girlfriend? I shrug. I don't really know him, Mom. I take the pan to the sink and run water over the eggs to loosen the shells. How is Dad liking retirement? I ask, attempting to change the subject. My mother grins. It's a knowing grin, and I absolutely hate it. I guess I never have to tell her anything. Because she's my mom. She already knows. I blush, then turn around and finish cracking the damn eggs.
Chapter 8. Miles. 6 years earlier. I'm going to Ian's tonight, I tell him. My father doesn't care. He's going out with Lisa. His mind is on Lisa. His everything is Lisa. His everything used to be Carol. Sometimes his everything was Carol and Miles. Now his everything is Lisa. That's okay because my everything used to be him and Carol. Not anymore. I text her to see if she can meet me somewhere. She says Lisa just left to come to my house. She says I can come to her house and pick her up. When I get there, I don't know if I should get out of the car. I don't know if she wants me to. I do. I walk to her door and knock. I'm not sure what to say when she opens the door. Part of me wants to tell her I'm sorry that I shouldn't have kissed her. Part of me wants to ask her a million questions until I know everything about her. Most of me wants to kiss her again, especially now that the door is open and she's standing right in front of me. Want to come in for a little while? She asks. She won't be back for a few hours, at least. I nod. I wonder if she loves my nod as much as I love hers. She shuts the door behind me, and I look around. Their apartment is small. I've never lived in a place this small. I think I like it. The smaller the house, the more a family is forced to love one another. They have no extra space not to. It makes me wish my dad and I would get a smaller place, a place where we'd be forced to interact. A place where we'd stop having to pretend that my mother didn't leave way too much space in our house after she died. Rachel walks to the kitchen. She asks me if I want something to drink. I follow her and ask her what she has. She tells me she has pretty much everything except milk, tea, soda, coffee, juice, and alcohol. I hope you like water, she says. She laughs at herself. I laugh with her. Water is perfect. Would have been my first choice. She gets us each a glass of water. We lean against opposite counters. We stare at each other. I shouldn't have kissed her last night. I shouldn't have kissed you, Rachel. I shouldn't have let you, she tells me. We stare at each other some more. I'm wondering if she would let me kiss her again. I'm wondering if I should leave. It'll be easy to stop this, I say. I'm lying. No, it won't, she says. She's telling the truth. You think they'll get married? She nods. For some reason, I don't love this nod as much. I don't love the question it's answering. Miles? She looks down at her feet. She says my name like it's a gun and she's firing a warning shot and I'm supposed to run. I sprint. What? We only rented the apartment for a month. I overheard her on the phone with him yesterday. She looks back up at me. We're moving in with you in 2 weeks. I trip over the hurdle. She's moving in with me. She'll be living in my house. Her mother is going to fill all my mother's empty spaces. I close my eyes. I still see Rachel. I open my eyes. I stare at Rachel. I turn around and grip the counter. I let my head fall between my shoulders. I don't know what to do. I don't want to like her. I don't want to fall in love with you, Rachel. I'm not stupid. I know how lust works. Lust wants what lust can't have. Lust wants me to have Rachel. Reasoning wants Rachel to go away. I take reasoning's side and I turn to face Rachel again. This won't go anywhere, I tell her. This thing with us, it won't end well. I know, she whispers. How do we stop it? I ask her. She looks at me, hoping I'll answer my own question. I can't. Silence. 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 Loud, deafening silence. I want to cover my ears with my hands. I want to cover my heart with armor. I don't even know you, Rachel. I should leave, I say. She tells me, okay. I can't, I whisper. She tells me, okay. We stare at each other. Maybe if I stare at her enough, I'll get tired of staring at her. I want to taste her again. Maybe if I taste her enough, I'll get tired of tasting her. She doesn't wait for me to reach her. She meets me halfway. I grab her face, and she grabs my arms, and our guilt collides when our mouths collide. We lie to ourselves about the truth. We tell ourselves we've got this, when we don't have it at all. My skin feels better with her touching it. My hair feels better with her hands in it. My mouth feels better with her tongue inside of it. I wish we could breathe like this. Live like this. Life would feel better with her like this. Her back is against the refrigerator now. My hands are beside her head. I pull away and look at her. I want to ask you a million questions, I say to her. She smiles. I guess you'd better get started. Where are you going to college? Michigan, she says. What about you? Staying here to get my bachelor's, and then my best friend Ian and I are going to flight school. I want to be a pilot. What do you want to be? Happy, she says with a smile. That's the perfect answer. When's your birthday? I ask her. January 3rd, she says. I'll be 18. When's yours? Tomorrow, I tell her. I'll be 18. She doesn't believe that my birthday is tomorrow. I show her my ID. She tells me happy early birthday. She kisses me again. What happens if they get married? I ask her. They'll never approve of us being together even if they don't get married. She's right. It would be hard to explain to their friends, hard to explain to the rest of the family. So what's the point of continuing this if we know it won't end well, I ask her. Because we don't know how to stop. She's right. You're going to Michigan in 7 months, and I'll be here in San Francisco. Maybe that's our answer. She nods. 7 months? I nod. I touch her lips with my finger because her lips are the kind of lips that need appreciating even when they aren't being kissed. We do this for 7 months. We don't tell anyone. Then I stop talking because I don't know how to say the words, we stop. Then we stop, she whispers. Then we stop, I agree. She nods, and I can actually hear our countdown begin. I kiss her, and it feels even better now that we have a plan. We've got this, Rachel. She smiles in agreement. We've got this, Miles. I give her mouth the appreciation it deserves. I'm gonna love you for 7 months, Rachel.
Chapter 9. Tate.
Nurse!
Corbin yells. He walks into the kitchen and Miles is following behind him. Corbin steps aside and points toward Miles. His hand is covered in blood. It's dripping. Miles is looking at me like I'm supposed to know what to do. This isn't an ER. This is my mom's kitchen.
A little help here?
Miles says, gripping his wrist tightly. His blood is dripping all over the floor. Mom, I yell, where's your first aid kit? I'm opening cabinets trying to find it. Downstairs bathroom, under the sink, she yells. I point toward the bathroom and Miles follows me. I open the cabinet and pull out the kit. Closing the lid on the toilet, I direct Miles to take a seat. Then I sit on the edge of the tub and pull his hand to me. What'd you do? I begin to clean it and inspect the cut. It's deep, right across the center of his palm.
Grabbed the ladder. It was falling.
I shake my head. You should have just let it fall.
I couldn't, he says.
Corbin was on it. I look up at him, and he's watching me with those contrastingly intense blue eyes of his. I look back down at his hand. You need stitches.
You sure?
Yeah, I say. I can drive you to the ER.
Can't you just stitch it up here?
I shake my head. I don't have the right supplies. I need sutures. It's pretty deep. He uses his other hand to rifle through the first aid kit. He pulls out a spool of thread and hands it to me.
Do your best.
It's not like I'm sewing on a damn button, Miles.
I'm not spending the whole day in an emergency room for a cut. Just do what you can. I'll be fine.
I don't want him to spend the day in an emergency room either. That means he wouldn't be here. If your hand gets infected and you die, I'm denying any part in this.
If my hand gets infected and I die, I'd be too dead to blame you.
Good point, I say. I clean his wound again, then take the supplies I'll need and lay them out on the counter. I can't get a good angle with how we're positioned, so I stand up and prop my leg on the edge of the tub. I put his hand on my leg. I put his hand on my leg.
Oh, hell.
This isn't going to work with his arm draped across my leg like this. If I want my hands to remain calm and not shake, I'm going to need to reposition us. This won't work, I say, turning to face him. I take his hand and rest it on the counter, then stand directly in front of him. The other way worked better, but I can't have him touching my leg while I do this. It's gonna hurt, I warn. He laughs as though he knows pain, and to him, this isn't pain. I pierce his skin with the needle and he doesn't even flinch. He doesn't make a sound. He watches me work quietly. Every now and then he looks up from my hand and watches my face. We don't speak, like always. I try to ignore him. I try to focus on his hand and his wound, and how it desperately needs to be closed. But our faces are so close, and I can feel his breath on my cheek every time he exhales, and he begins to exhale a lot. "You'll have a scar," I say in a quiet whisper. I wonder where the rest of my voice went. I push the needle in for the 4th time. I know it hurts, but he doesn't let it show. Every time it pierces his skin, I have to stop myself from wincing for him. I should be focusing on his injury, but the only thing I can sense is the fact that our knees are touching. The hand of his that I'm not stitching is resting on top of his knee. One of the tips of his fingers is touching my knee. I have no idea how so much can be going on right now, but all I can focus on is the tip of that finger. It feels as hot against my jeans as a branding iron. Here he is with a serious gash, blood soaking into the towel beneath his hand, my needle piercing his skin, and all I can focus on is that tiny little contact between my knee and his finger. It makes me wonder what that touch would feel like if there wasn't a layer of material between us. Our eyes lock for 2 seconds, and then I quickly look back down at his hand. He's not looking at his hand at all now. He stares at me, and I do my best to ignore the way he's breathing. I can't tell if his breathing has sped up because of how close I'm standing to him, or because I'm hurting him. 2 of the tips of his fingers are touching my knee. 3. I inhale again and try to focus on finishing his stitches. I can't. This is deliberate. This touch isn't an accidental graze. He's touching me because he wants to be touching me. His fingers trail around my knee, and his hand slips to the back of my leg. He lays his forehead against my shoulder with a sigh, and he squeezes my leg with his hand. I have no idea how I'm still standing. "Tate," he whispers. He says my name painfully, so I pause what I'm doing and wait for him to tell me it hurts. I wait for him to ask me to give him a minute. That's why he's touching me, isn't it? Because I'm hurting him? He doesn't speak again, so I finish the last stitch and knot the thread. "It's over," I say, replacing the items on the counter. He doesn't release me, so I don't back away from him. His hand slowly begins to slide up the back of my leg, all the way up my thigh, around my hip, and up to my waist. "Breathe, Tate." His fingers grip my waist, and he pulls me closer, still with his head pressed against me. My hands find his shoulders, because I have to grab onto something in order to steady myself. Every muscle in my body somehow just forgot how to do its job. I'm still standing, and he's still sitting, but I'm positioned between his legs now that he's pulled me so close. He slowly begins to lift his face from my shoulder, and I have to close my eyes because he's making me so nervous I can't look at him. I feel him tilt his face up to look at me, but my eyes are still closed. I squeeze them a little tighter. I don't know why. I don't know anything right now. I just know Miles. And right now, I think Miles wants to kiss me. And right now, I'm pretty damn sure I want to kiss Miles. His hand slowly trails all the way up my back until he's touching the back of my neck. I feel like his hand has left marks on every single part of me he's touched. His fingers are at the base of my neck, and his mouth is no more than half an inch from my jaw. So close, I can't distinguish if it's his lips or his breaths that are feathering my skin. I feel like I'm about to die, and there isn't a damn thing in that first aid kit that could save me. He tightens his grip on my neck, and then he kills me. Or he kisses me. I can't tell which, since I'm pretty sure they would feel the same. His lips against mine feel like everything, like living and dying and being reborn all at the same time. Good Lord, he's kissing me. His tongue is already in my mouth, gently caressing mine, and I don't even remember how that happened. I'm okay with it, though. I'm okay with this. He begins to stand, but his mouth remains on mine. He walks me a few feet until the wall behind me replaces the hand that was on the back of my head. Now he's touching my waist. Oh, my God, his mouth is so possessive. His fingers are splayed out again, digging into my hip. Holy hell, he just groaned. His hand moves from my waist and glides down to my leg. Kill me now. Just kill me now. He lifts my leg and wraps it around him, then presses against me so beautifully I moan into his mouth. The kiss comes to an abrupt halt. Why is he pulling away? Don't stop, Miles. He drops my leg, and his palm hits the wall beside my head as if he needs the support to continue standing. No, no, no. Keep going. Put your mouth back on mine. I try to look at his eyes again, but they're shut. They're regretting this. Don't open them, Miles. I don't want to see you regret this. He presses his forehead against the wall beside my head, still leaning against me as we both stand quietly, attempting to return air to our lungs. After several deep breaths, he pushes off the wall, turns around, and walks to the counter. Luckily, I didn't see his eyes before he opened them, and now his back is to me, so I can't see the regret he obviously feels. He picks up a pair of medical scissors and cuts through a roll of gauze. I'm stuck to the wall. I think I'll be here forever. I'm wallpaper now. That's it. That's all I am. I shouldn't have done that, he says. His voice is firm, hard, like metal, like a sword. I didn't mind, I say. My voice isn't firm, it's like liquid. It evaporates. He wraps his wounded hand, then turns around and faces me. His eyes are firm like his voice was. They're also hard, like metal. Like swords, slicing through the ropes that held what little dangling hope I had for him and me, and that kiss. Don't let me do that again, he says. I want him to do that again, more than I want Thanksgiving dinner. But I don't tell him that. I can't speak, because his regret is caught in my throat. He opens the bathroom door and leaves. I'm still stuck to the wall. What the hell? I'm no longer stuck to the bathroom wall. Now I'm stuck to my chair, conveniently seated at the dinner table next to Miles. Miles, whom I haven't spoken to since he referred to himself, or us, or our kiss as that. Don't let me do that again. I couldn't stop him if I wanted to. I want that so much I don't even want to eat. And he probably doesn't realize how much I love Thanksgiving dinner. Which means I want that a lot. And that isn't referring to the plate of food in front of me. That is Miles. Us. Me kissing Miles. Miles kissing me. I'm suddenly very thirsty. I grab my glass and down half of my water in 3 huge gulps. Do you have a girlfriend, Miles? My mother asks. Yes, Mom. Keep asking him questions like that, since I'm too scared to do it myself. Miles clears his throat. No, ma'am, he says. Corbin laughs under his breath, which stirs up a cloud of disappointment in my chest. Apparently, Miles has the same view on relationships as Corbin does, and Corbin finds it amusing that my mother would assume he's capable of commitment. I suddenly find the kiss we shared earlier a lot less impactful. Well, aren't you quite the catch then, she says. Airline pilot, single, handsome, polite. Miles doesn't respond. He smiles faintly and shovels a bite of potatoes into his mouth. He doesn't want to talk about himself. That's too bad. Miles hasn't had a girlfriend in a long time, Mom, Corbin says, confirming my suspicion. Doesn't mean he's single, though. My mom tilts her head in confusion. So do I. So does Miles. What do you mean? She says. Her eyes immediately grow wide, though. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what I get for being nosy. She says the last part of her sentence like she just came to some realization that I still haven't come to. She's apologizing to Miles now. She's embarrassed. Still confused. Am I missing something? My dad asks. My mother points her fork at Miles. He's gay, honey, she says. Is not, my dad says firmly, laughing at her assumption. I'm shaking my head. Don't shake your head, Tate. Miles isn't gay, I say defensively, looking at my mother. Why did I say that out loud? Now Corbin looks confused. He looks at Miles. A spoonful of potatoes is paused in midair in front of Miles, and his eyebrow is cocked. He's staring at Corbin. Oh, shit, Corbin says. I didn't know it was a secret. Dude, I'm so sorry. Miles lowers his spoonful of mashed potatoes to his plate, still eyeing Corbin with a perplexed look about him. I'm not gay. Corbin nods. He holds up his palms and mouths, I'm sorry, like he didn't mean to reveal such a big secret. Miles shakes his head. Corbin, I'm not gay. Never have been, and pretty sure I never will be. What the hell, man? Corbin and Miles are staring at each other, and everyone else is watching Miles. But, Corbin stutters, you said, one time you told me... Miles drops his spoon and covers his mouth with his hand, stifling his loud laughter. Oh my God, Miles. Laugh. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Please think this is the funniest thing that's ever happened, because your laugh is also so much better than Thanksgiving dinner. What did I say to you that made you think I was gay? Corbin sits back in his chair. I don't remember exactly. You said something about not being with a girl in more than 3 years. I just thought that was your way of telling me you were gay. Everyone is laughing now, even me. That was more than 3 years ago. This whole time you've thought I was gay? Corbin is still confused. But... tears. Miles has tears. He's laughing so hard. It's beautiful. I feel bad for Corbin. He's kind of embarrassed. I do like how Miles thinks it's funny, though. I like that it didn't embarrass him. 3 years, my dad says, still stuck on the same thought I'm still kind of stuck on. That was 3 years ago, Corbin says, finally laughing along with Miles. It's probably been 6 by now. The table slowly grows quiet. This embarrasses Miles. I keep thinking about that kiss in the bathroom earlier and how I know for a fact it hasn't been 6 years since he's been with a girl. A guy with a mouth as possessive as that one knows how to use it, and I'm sure it gets used a lot. I don't want to think about it. I don't want my family thinking about it. You're bleeding again, I say, looking down at the blood-soaked gauze that's still wrapped around his hand. I turn to my mother. Do you have any liquid bandage? No, she says. That stuff scares me. I look at Miles. After we eat, I'll check it, I say. Miles nods but never looks at me. My mother asks me about work, and Miles is no longer the center of attention. I think he's relieved about that. I turn off my light and crawl into bed, not sure what to make of today. We never spoke again after dinner, even though I spent a good 10 minutes redressing his wound in the living room. We didn't speak through the entire process. Our legs didn't touch, his finger didn't touch my knee. He didn't even look up at me. He just watched his hand the entire time, focused on it like it would fall off if he looked away. I don't know what to think about Miles or that kiss. He's obviously attracted to me or he wouldn't have kissed me. Sadly, that's enough for me. I don't even care if he likes me. I just want him to be attracted to me because the liking can come later. I close my eyes and try to fall asleep for the 5th time, but it's pointless. I roll onto my side and face the door just in time to see the shadow of someone's feet approach it. I watch the door, waiting for it to open. But the shadows disappear, and footsteps continue down the hall. I'm almost positive that was Miles, but only because he's the only person on my mind right now. I release a few controlled breaths in order to calm myself down enough to decide whether I want to follow him. I'm only on the 3rd breath when I hop out of bed. I debate brushing my teeth again, but it's only been 20 minutes since I last brushed them. I check my hair in the mirror, then open my bedroom door and walk as quietly as I can into the kitchen. When I round the corner, I see him. All of him. He's leaning against the bar, facing me, almost like he was expecting me. God, I hate that. I pretend it's just a coincidence that we ended up here at the same time, even though it's midnight. Can't sleep? I walk past him to the refrigerator and reach for the orange juice. I take it out, pour myself a glass, then lean against the counter across from him. He's watching me, but he doesn't answer my question. Are you sleepwalking? He smiles, soaking me up from head to toe with his eyes like a sponge. You really love orange juice, he says, amused. I look down at my glass, then back up to him and shrug. He takes a step toward me and motions for the glass. I hand it to him and he brings it to his lips, takes a slow sip, and hands it back to me. All these movements are completed without his ever breaking eye contact with me. Well, I definitely love orange juice now. I love it too, he says, even though I never answered him. I set the glass down beside me, grip the edges of the counter, and push myself up until I'm seated on it. I pretend he isn't invading my entire being, but he's still everywhere, filling the kitchen, the entire house. It's way too quiet. I decide to make the first move. Has it really been 6 years since you've had a girlfriend? He nods without hesitation, and I'm both shocked and extremely pleased by that answer. I'm not sure why I like it. I guess it's just so much better than what I was imagining his life was like. Wow. Have you at least... I don't know how to finish this sentence. Had sex? He interjects. I'm glad the only light on is the one over the kitchen stove because I'm absolutely blushing right now. Not everyone wants the same things out of life, he says. His voice is soft, like a down comforter. I want to roll around in it, wrap myself up in that voice. Everyone wants love, I say. Or at least sex. It's human nature. I can't believe we're having this conversation. He folds his arms across his chest. His feet cross at the ankles. I've noticed this is his form of personal armor. He's putting up his invisible shield again, guarding himself from giving too much away. Most people can't have one without the other, he says. So I find it easier to just give up both. He's studying me, gauging my reaction to his words. I do my best not to give him one. So, which of the two do you not want, Miles? My voice is embarrassingly weak. Love? Or sex? His eyes remain the same, but his mouth changes. His lips curl up into a barely there smile. I think you already know the answer to that, Tate. Wow. I blow out a controlled breath, not even caring if he knows those words affected me like they did. The way he says my name makes me feel just as flustered as his kiss did. I cross my legs at the knees, hoping he doesn't notice it's my own personal armor. His eyes drop to my legs, and I watch him softly inhale. 6 years. Unbelievable. I look down at my legs, too. I want to ask him another question, but I can't look at him when I ask it. How long has it been since you kissed a girl? 8 hours, he replies without hesitation. I raise my eyes to his, and he grins because he knows what I'm asking. The same, he utters quietly. 6 years. I don't know what happens to me, but something changes. Something melts. Something hard or cold or covered in my own personal armor is turning to liquid now that I'm realizing what that kiss really meant. I feel like I'm nothing but liquid, and liquid doesn't do a good job of standing or walking away. So I don't move. Are you kidding me? I ask disbelievingly. I think he's the one blushing now. I'm so confused. I don't understand how I've pegged him so wrong, or how what he's saying is even possible. He's good-looking, he has a great job, he definitely knows how to kiss. So why hasn't he been doing it? What's your deal, then? I ask him. You have STDs? It's the nurse in me. I have no medical filter. He laughs. Pretty damn clean, he says. He still doesn't explain himself, though. If it's been 6 years since you kissed a girl, then why did you kiss me? I was under the impression you didn't even really like me. You're really hard to read. He doesn't ask me why I'm under the impression that he doesn't like me. I think if it's obvious to me that he's different when he's around me, it's been intentional on his part. It's not that I don't like you, Tate. He sighs heavily and runs his hands through his hair, gripping the back of his neck. I just don't want to like you. I don't want to like anyone. I don't want to date anyone. I don't want to love anyone. He folds his arms back across his chest and looks down at the floor. You just... what? I ask, urging him to finish that sentence. His eyes slowly lift back to mine, and it takes all I have to stay seated on this counter with the way he's looking at me right now. Like I'm Thanksgiving dinner. I'm attracted to you, Tate, he says, his voice low. I want you. But I want you without any of that other stuff. I have no thoughts left. Brain equals liquid. Heart equals butter. I can still sigh, though, so I do. I wait until I can think again. Then I think a lot. He just admitted that he wants to have sex with me. He just doesn't want it to lead to anything. I don't know why this flatters me. It should make me want to punch him. But the fact that he chose to kiss me after not having kissed anyone for 6 straight years makes this new confession seem like I just won a Pulitzer. We're staring at each other again, and he looks a little bit nervous. I'm sure he's wondering if he just pissed me off. I don't want him to think that because, honestly, I want to yell, I won, at the top of my lungs. I have no idea what to say. We've had the strangest and most awkward conversations since I met him, and this one definitely takes the cake. Our conversations are so weird, I say. He laughs with relief. Yes. The word yes is so much more beautiful coming from his mouth, laced with that voice. He could probably make any word beautiful. I try to think of a word I hate. I kind of hate the word ox. It's an ugly word, too short and clipped. I wonder if his voice could make me love that word. Say the word ox. His eyebrow rises like he's wondering if he heard me right. He thinks I'm weird. I don't care. Just say it, I tell him. Ox, he says with slight hesitation. I smile. I love the word ox. It's my new favorite word. You're so weird, he says, amused. I uncross my legs. He notices. So, Miles, I say. Let me see if I've got this straight. You haven't had sex in 6 years. You haven't had a girlfriend in 6 years. You haven't kissed a girl in 8 hours. You don't like relationships, obviously, or love. But you're a guy. Guys have needs. He's watching me, still amused. Go on, he says with that unintentionally sexy smirk. You don't want to be attracted to me, but you are. You want to have sex with me, but you don't want to date me. You also don't want to love me. You also don't want me to want to love you. I'm still amusing him. He's still smiling. I didn't realize I was so transparent. You're not, Miles, believe me. If we do this, I think we should take it slow, I say teasingly. I don't want to pressure you into anything you aren't ready for. You're practically a virgin. He loses his smile and takes 3 deliberately slow steps toward me. I stop smiling because he is seriously intimidating. When he reaches me, he places his hands on either side of me, then leans in close to my neck. It's been 6 years, Tate. Believe me when I tell you, I'm ready. Those all just became my new favorite words, too. Believe, and me, and when, and I, and tell, and you, and I'm, and ready. Favorites. All of them. He pulls back and can more than likely tell I'm not breathing at the moment. He steps back to his spot opposite from me. He's shaking his head like he can't believe what just happened. I can't believe I just asked you for sex. What kind of guy does that? I swallow. Pretty much all of them. He laughs, but I can tell he feels guilty. Maybe he's afraid I can't handle this. He might be right, but I'm not about to let him know that. If he thinks I can't handle this, he'll retract everything he's saying. If he retracts everything he's saying, that means I don't get to experience another kiss like the one he gave me earlier. I'd agree to anything if it means I get to be kissed by him again. Especially if it means I get to experience more than just his kiss. Simply thinking about it makes my throat dry. I pick up my glass and take another slow sip of my juice while I silently work this out in my head. He wants me for sex. I kind of miss sex. It's been a while. I know I'm definitely attracted to him and can't think of anyone else in my life I'd rather have casual, meaningless sex with than my airline pilot laundry-folding neighbor. I set the cup of juice back down, then press my palms into the counter and lean slightly forward. Listen to me, Miles. You're single. I'm single. You work way too much, and I'm focused on my career in an almost unhealthy way. Even if we wanted a relationship out of this, it would never work. Our lives wouldn't fit one. We also aren't really friends, so we don't have to worry about our friendship being ruined. You want to have sex with me? I'll totally let you. A lot. He's watching my mouth like all my words just became his new favorite words. A lot? He asks. I nod. Yes, a lot. He looks me in the eyes with a challenging stare. Okay, he says, almost like it's a dare. Okay. We're still several feet apart. I just told this guy I would have sex with him without any expectations, and he's still way over there, and I'm way over here. And it's becoming clear that I definitely had him pegged wrong. He's more nervous than I am. Although I think our nerves stem from 2 different places. He's nervous because he doesn't want this to turn into anything. I'm nervous because I'm not so sure that just sex with him is possible. Based on the way I'm drawn to him, I have a pretty good feeling sex will be the least of our problems. Yet here I sit, pretending to be fine with just sex. Maybe if it starts out this way, it'll eventually end up being something more. Well, we can't have sex right now, he says. Damn it. Why not? The only condom I have in my wallet has probably disintegrated by now. I laugh. I love his self-deprecating humor. "I do want to kiss you again, though," he says with a hopeful smile. I'm actually surprised he isn't kissing me. "Sure." He slowly walks back to where I'm seated, until my knees are on either side of his waist. I'm watching his eyes because they're looking at me like he's waiting for me to change my mind. I'm not changing my mind. I probably want this more than he wants this. He brings his hands up and slides them through my hair, brushing his thumbs across my cheeks. He inhales a shaky breath while looking down at my mouth. "You make it so hard to breathe." He punctuates his sentence with his kiss, bringing his lips over mine. Every remaining part of me that had yet to melt in his presence is now liquefied like the rest of me. I try to recall a time when a man's mouth felt this good against mine. His tongue slides across my lips, then dips inside, tasting me, filling me, claiming me. Oh, my. I love his mouth. I tilt my head so I can taste more of it. He tilts his to taste more of mine. His tongue has a great memory because it knows exactly how to do this. He drops his injured hand and rests it on my thigh, while his other hand grips the back of my head, crushing our lips together. My hands no longer have hold of his shirt. They're exploring his arms, his neck, his back, his hair. I moan softly, and the sound causes him to press into me, pulling me several inches closer to the edge of the bar. "Well, you're definitely not gay," someone says from behind us. Oh, my God. Dad. Dad. Shit. Miles, pulling away, me jumping off the bar, Dad walking past us. He opens the refrigerator and grabs a bottle of water, like he walks in on his daughter being felt up by his house guest every single night. He turns around and faces us, then takes a long drink. When he's finished, he puts the lid back on the bottle of water and puts it back in the fridge. He closes the refrigerator and walks toward us, passing between us, putting even more space there. "Go to bed, Tate," he says as he exits the kitchen. I cover my mouth with my hand. Miles covers his face with his. We're both completely mortified. He more so than I'm sure. "We should go to sleep," he says. I agree with him. We walk out of the kitchen without touching. We reach my bedroom door first, so I pause and turn around and face him. He pauses too. He looks to his left, then briefly to his right, to make sure we're alone in the hallway. He takes a step forward and steals another kiss. My back meets my bedroom door, but he's somehow able to pull his mouth away. "You sure this is okay?" he asks, searching my eyes for doubt. I don't know if this is okay. It feels good, and he tastes good, and I can't think of anything I want more than being with him. However, the reasons behind his 6 years of abstinence are what I'm concerned about. "You worry too much," I say with a forced smile. "Would it help if we had rules?" He studies me quietly before taking a step back. "It might," he says. "I can only think of 2 right now." "What are they?" His eyes focus on mine for several seconds. "Don't ask about my past," he says firmly. "And never expect a future." I absolutely don't like either of those rules. They both make me want to change my mind about this arrangement and turn and run away. But instead, I'm nodding. I'm nodding because I'll take what I can get. I'm not Tate when I'm near Miles. I'm liquid. And liquid doesn't know how to be firm or stand up for itself. Liquid flows. That's all I want to do with Miles. Flow. Well, I only have one rule, I say quietly. He waits for my rule. I can't think of a rule. I don't have any rules. Why don't I have rules? He's still waiting. I don't know what it is yet, but when I think of it, you have to follow it. Miles laughs. He leans forward and kisses me on the forehead, then walks toward his room. He opens the door but glances back at me for a brief second before disappearing into the room. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure the expression I just saw on his face was fear. I just wish I knew what he was scared of, because Lord knows I know exactly what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of how this is going to end.
Chapter 10. Miles, 6 years earlier. Ian knows. I had to tell him. After the first week of school, he knew everything became Rachel. Rachel knows Ian knows. Rachel knows he won't say anything. I give Rachel my room when she moves in, and I take the spare bedroom. My room is the only spare bedroom with its own bathroom. I want Rachel to have the better room. Do you want this box in here? Ian asks Rachel. Rachel asks what it is, and he tells her it's all her bras and underwear. I thought maybe I should just go ahead and put it in Miles's room. Rachel rolls her eyes at Ian. Hush, she tells him. He laughs. He likes that he's in on such a private thing. That's why he would never tell. He knows the power of secrets. Ian leaves after all the boxes are unloaded. My father passes me in the hallway and pauses. His pause means I should pause too. Thank you, Miles. He thinks I'm okay with this, with the fact that he's allowing another woman to push out the last reminders of my mother. I'm not okay with it. I'm just pretending to be okay with it because none of it matters. Rachel matters, not him. No problem, I say. He begins walking, then pauses again. He tells me he appreciates that I'm being nice to Rachel. He says he wishes he and Mom could have given me a sibling when I was younger. He says I make a good brother. Words are awful when they come out of his mouth. I walk back to Rachel's room. I close the door. It's just the two of us. We smile. I walk to her and wrap my arms around her, then I kiss her neck. It's been 3 weeks since the first night I kissed her. I can count the times I've kissed her since then. We can't interact like this at school. We can't interact like this in public. We can't interact like this in front of our parents. I can only touch her when we're alone, and we haven't been able to be alone much in the last 3 weeks. Now I kiss her. We need a few guidelines so we don't get ourselves in trouble, she says. She separates herself from me. She sits at my desk, and I sit on my bed. Well, she sits at her desk, and I sit on her bed. First, she says, no making out when they're home. It's too risky. I don't want to agree to that rule, but I'm nodding my head. Second, no sex. I'm not nodding anymore. Ever? I ask her. She's nodding. Oh, I really hate that nod. Why? She sighs heavily. Sex will make it that much harder when our time is up. You know that. She's right. She's also completely wrong, but I have a feeling she'll figure that out later. Can I ask what rule number 3 is before I agree to rule number 2? She grins. There is no rule number 3. I grin. So sex is the only thing off limits, and we're talking penetration, right? Not oral? She covers her face with her hands. Oh my God, do you have to get so specific? She's cute when she's embarrassed. Just clarifying, I have a lifetime of things I want to do to you, and only 6 months left to do them all. Let's leave the specifics up to the situation, she says. Fair enough, I say, admiring the blush in her cheeks. Rachel, are you a virgin? Her cheeks grow even redder. She shakes her head and tells me no. She asks if that bothers me. Not at all, I say, being honest. She asks if I'm a virgin, but her voice is timid when she asks it. No, I say, but now that I've met you, I kind of wish I was. She likes that I said this to her. I stand up and prepare to head to my new bedroom to begin rearranging. Before I walk out, I lock her bedroom door from the inside, and then I turn around and smile at her. I slowly walk to her. I take her by the hands and pull her up. I wrap my arm around her lower back and pull her against me. I kiss her.
Chapter 11. Tate. I have to pee. Corbin groans. Again? I haven't been in 2 hours, I say defensively. I really don't have to use the bathroom, but I do need to get out of this car. After the conversation I had with Miles last night, the car feels different with him in it. It feels like there's more of him, and every minute that passes and he's not talking, I'm wondering what's going through his head. I'm wondering if he regrets our conversation. I'm wondering if he's going to pretend it never happened. I wish my dad would have pretended it never happened. Before we left this morning, I was seated at the kitchen table with him when Miles walked in. "Sleep well, Miles?" he asked as Miles took a seat at the table. I thought he was going to flush with embarrassment, but instead he regarded my dad with a shake of his head. "Not too well," Miles replied. "Your son talks in his sleep." My father picked up his glass and lifted it in Miles' direction. "Good to know you were in the room with Corbin last night." Luckily, Corbin had yet to sit down and hear that comment from my father. Miles was quiet through the rest of breakfast, and the only time I noticed him speaking after that was when Corbin and I were both in the car. Miles stepped over to my father and shook his hand, saying something that only my father could hear. I tried to read my father's expression, but he kept a tight lid on it. My father is almost as good at hiding his thoughts as Miles is. I really want to know what Miles said to my father this morning before we left. I also want to know about a dozen other answers to questions I have about Miles. When we were younger, Corbin and I always agreed that if we could have any superpower, it would be the ability to fly. Now that I know Miles, I've changed my mind. If I had a superpower, it would be infiltration. I would infiltrate his mind so I could see every single one of his thoughts. I would infiltrate his heart and spread myself around like a virus. I would call myself the Infiltrator. Yeah, that has a nice ring to it. "Go pee," Corbin says with agitation as he puts the car in park. I wish we were in high school again so I could call him a butthole. Adults don't call their brothers buttholes, though. I get out of the car and feel a little more like I can breathe again, until Miles opens his door and steps out of the car and into the world. Now Miles seems even bigger and my lungs seem smaller. We walk together into the gas station, but we don't speak. It's funny how that works. Sometimes not speaking says more than all the words in the world. Sometimes my silence is saying, "I don't know how to speak to you. I don't know what you're thinking. Talk to me. Tell me everything you've ever said. All the words, starting from your very first one." I wonder what his silence is saying. Once we're inside, he spots the sign for the bathrooms first, so he nods his head and steps in front of me. He leads. I let him, because he's a solid and I'm a liquid. And right now, I'm just his wake. When we reach the bathrooms, he walks into the men's restroom without pause. He doesn't turn and look at me. He doesn't wait for me to walk into the women's first. I push the door open, but I don't need to use the restroom. I just wanted to breathe, but he's not letting me. He's invading. I don't think he means to. He's just invading my thoughts and my stomach and my lungs and my world. That's his superpower. Invasion. The invader and the infiltrator. They pretty much have the same meaning, so I guess we make one screwed-up team. I wash my hands and waste enough time to make it seem like I actually needed Corbin to stop here. I open the door to the bathroom, and he's invading again. He's in my way, standing in front of the doorway that I'm trying to exit. He doesn't move, even though he's invading. I don't really want him to, though, so I let him stay. "You want something to drink?" he asks. I shake my head. "I have water in the car." "Hungry?" I tell him I'm not. He seems slightly disappointed that I don't want anything. Maybe he doesn't want to go back to the car yet. "I might want some candy, though," I say. One of his rare and treasured smiles slowly appears. "I'll buy you some candy, then." He turns and walks toward the candy aisle. I stop next to him and look at my options. We stare at the candy for way too long. I don't even really want any, but we both stare at it anyway and pretend we do. "This is weird," I whisper. "What's weird?" he asks. "Picking out candy? Or having to pretend we don't both want to be in the back seat right now?" Wow. I feel like I really did infiltrate his thoughts somehow. Only they were words that he willingly spoke. Words that made me feel really good. "Both," I say steadily. I turn to face him. "Do you smoke?" He gives me the look again, the look that tells me I'm weird. I don't care. "Nope," he replies casually. "Remember those candy cigarettes they sold when we were kids?" "Yeah," he says, "kind of morbid if you think about it." I nod. "Corbin and I used to get those all the time. There's no way in hell I'd let my child buy those things." "I doubt they make them anymore," Miles says. We face the candy again. "Do you?" he asks. "Do I what?" "Smoke." I shake my head. "Nope." "Good," he says. We stare at the candy a little bit longer. He turns to face me and I glance up at him. "Do you even want any candy, Tate?" "Nope." He laughs. "Then I guess we should get back to the car." I agree with him, but neither of us moves. He reaches down to my hand and touches it so softly it's as if he's aware he's made of lava and I'm not. He grips two of my fingers, not even coming close to holding my entire hand, and gives them a soft tug. "Wait," I say to him, tugging back on his hand. He glances at me over his shoulder and then turns to face me completely. "What did you say to my father this morning, before we left?" His fingers tighten around mine, and his expression doesn't deviate from the poignant look he's perfected. "I apologized to him." He turns toward the door once again, and I follow him this time. He doesn't release my hand until we're close to the exit. When he finally does let my hand fall, I evaporate again. I follow him toward the car and hope I don't really believe I'm capable of infiltration. I remind myself he's made of armor. He's impenetrable. I don't know if I can do this, Miles. I don't know if I can follow rule number 2. Because I suddenly want to climb into your future more than I want to climb into the back seat with you. "Long line," Miles says to Corbin once we're both inside the car. Corbin puts the car in drive and changes the radio station. He doesn't care how long the line was. He wasn't suspicious or he would have said something. Besides, there's nothing to be suspicious of yet. We drive for a good 15 minutes before I realize I'm not thinking about Miles anymore. For the last 15 minutes of the drive, my thoughts have just been memories. Remember when we were kids and we wished our superpower could be to fly? "Yeah, I remember," Corbin says. "You have your superpower now. You can fly." Corbin smiles at me in the rearview mirror. "Yeah," he says. "I guess that makes me a superhero." I lean back in the seat and stare out the window, a little envious of both of them, envious of the things they've seen, the places they've traveled. What's it like, watching the sunrise from up in the air? Corbin shrugs. "I don't really look at it," he says. "I'm too busy working when I'm up there." This makes me sad. Don't take it for granted, Corbin. "I look," Miles says. He's staring out his window, and his voice is so quiet I almost don't hear it. "Every time I'm up there, I watch it." He doesn't say what it's like, though. His voice is distant, like he wants to keep that feeling to himself. I let him. "You bend the laws of the universe when you fly," I say. "It's impressive. Defying gravity, watching sunrises and sunsets from places Mother Nature didn't intend for you to watch them from. You really are superheroes if you think about it." Corbin glances at me in the rearview mirror and laughs. Don't take it for granted, Corbin. Miles isn't laughing, though. He's still staring out his window. You save lives, Miles says to me. That's way more impressive. My heart absorbs those words on impact. Rule number 2 is not looking good from back here.
Chapter 12. Miles. 6 years earlier. Rule number 1 of no fooling around while our parents are home has been amended. It now consists of making out, but only when we're behind a locked door. Rule number 2 stands firm, unfortunately. Still no sex. And rule number 3 was recently added, no sneaking around at night. Lisa still checks on Rachel in the middle of the night sometimes, only because Lisa is the mother of a teenage daughter, and it's the right thing to do. But I hate that she does it. We've made it an entire month in the same house. We don't talk about the fact that there are just a little more than 5 months left. We don't talk about what will happen when my father marries her mother. We don't talk about the fact that when this happens, we'll be connected for much longer than 5 months. Holidays, weekend visits, reunions. We'll both have to attend every function, but we'll be attending as family. We don't talk about that because it makes us feel like what we're doing is wrong. We also don't talk about it because it's hard. When I think about the day she moves to Michigan and I stay in San Francisco, I can't see beyond that. I can't see anything where she won't be my everything. We'll be back Sunday, he says. You'll have the house to yourself. Rachel is staying with a friend. You should invite Ian over. I did, I lie. Rachel lied too. Rachel will be here all weekend. We don't want to give them any reason to suspect us. It's hard enough trying to ignore her in front of them. It's hard pretending I have nothing in common with her when I want to laugh at everything she says. I want to high-five everything she does. I want to brag to my father about her intelligence, her good grades, her kindness, her quick-wittedness. I want to tell him I have this really amazing girlfriend whom I want him to meet because he would absolutely love her. He does love her, just not in the way I wish he loved her. I want him to love her for me. We tell our parents goodbye. Lisa tells Rachel to behave, but Lisa isn't really worried. As far as Lisa knows, Rachel is good. Rachel behaves. Rachel doesn't break rules. Except rule number 3. Rachel is definitely breaking rule number 3 this weekend. We play house. We pretend it's ours. We pretend it's our kitchen and she cooks for me. I pretend she's mine and I follow her around while she cooks, holding on to her, touching her, kissing her neck, pulling her away from the tasks she's trying to complete so I can feel her against me. She likes it, but she pretends not to. When we're finished eating, she sits with me on the couch. We put on a movie, but it doesn't get watched at all. We can't stop kissing. We kiss so much our lips hurt, our hands hurt, our stomachs hurt because our bodies want to break rule number 2 so bad. It's going to be a long weekend. I decide I need a shower, or I'll be begging for an amendment to rule number 2. I take a shower in her bathroom. I like this shower. I like it more than I liked it back when it was just my shower. I like seeing her things in here. I like looking at her razor and imagining what she looks like when she uses it. I like looking at her shampoo bottles and thinking about her with her head tilted back beneath the stream of water as she rinses it out of her hair. I love that my shower is her shower too. Miles, she says. She's knocking, but she's already inside the bathroom. The water is hot on my skin, but her voice just made it even hotter. I open the shower curtain. Maybe I open it too far because I want her to want to break rule number 2. She inhales a soft breath, but her eyes fall where I want them to. Rachel, I say, grinning at the embarrassed look on her face. She looks me in the eyes. She wants to take a shower with me. She's just too shy to ask. Get in, I say. My voice is hoarse, like I've been screaming. My voice was fine 5 seconds ago. I close the shower curtain to hide what she's doing to me, but also to give her privacy while she undresses. I haven't seen her without her clothes on. I've felt what's underneath them. I'm suddenly nervous. She turns the light off. "Is that fine?" she asks timidly. I say it is, but I wish she were more confident. I need to make her more confident. She opens the shower curtain, and I see one of her legs make its way in first. I swallow when the rest of her body follows. Luckily, there's just enough light from the nightlight to cast a faint glow over her. I can see her enough. I can see her perfectly. Her eyes lock with mine again. She steps closer to me. I wonder if she's ever shared a shower with anyone before, but I don't ask her. I take a step toward her this time because she seems scared. I don't want her to be scared. I'm scared. I touch her shoulders and guide her so that she's standing under the water. I don't press myself against her even though I need to. I keep distance between us. I have to. The only things that connect are our mouths. I kiss her softly, barely touching her lips, but it hurts so bad. It hurts worse than any other kiss we've shared. Kisses where our mouths collide, our teeth collide. Frantic kisses that are so rushed they're sloppy. Kisses that end with me biting her lip or her biting mine. None of those kisses hurt like this one does, and I can't tell why this one is hurting so much. I have to pull back. I tell her to give me a minute, and she nods, then rests her cheek against my chest. I lean back against the wall and pull her with me while I keep my eyes closed tightly. The words are once again attempting to break the barrier I built up around them. Every time I'm with her, they want to come out, but I work and work to cement the wall that surrounds them. She doesn't need to hear them. I don't need to say them. But they're pounding on the walls. They always pound so hard until our kisses end up like this, me needing a minute and her giving me one. They need out now worse than ever. They need air. They're demanding to be heard. There's only so much pounding I can take before the walls collapse. There are only so many times my lips can touch hers without the words spilling over the walls, breaking through the cracks, traveling up my chest until I'm holding her face, looking into her eyes, allowing them to tear down all the barriers that stand between us and the inevitable heartbreak. The words come anyway. I can't see anything, I tell her. I know she doesn't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to elaborate, but the words come anyway. They've taken over. When you move to Michigan and I stay in San Fran, I don't see anything after that. I used to see whatever future I wanted, but now I don't see anything. I kiss the tear that's running down her cheek. I can't do this, I tell her. The only thing I want to see is you, and if I can't have that, nothing else is worth it. You make it better, Rachel. Everything. I kiss her hard on the mouth, and it doesn't hurt at all this time, now that the words are free. I love you, I tell her, freeing myself completely. I kiss her again, not even giving her the chance to respond. I don't need to hear her say the words to me until she's ready, and I don't want to hear her tell me that the way I feel is wrong. Her hands are on my back, tugging, pulling me closer. Her legs are wrapping around mine like she's trying to embed herself inside me. She already has. It's frantic again, teeth crashing, lip biting, hurried, rushed, panting, touching. She's moaning, and I can feel her trying to pull from my mouth, but my hand is wrapped in her hair, and I'm covering her mouth desperately, hoping she'll never break for breath. She makes me release her. I drop my forehead to hers, gasping in an effort to keep my emotions from spilling over the edge. Miles, she says breathlessly. Miles, I love you. I'm so scared. I don't want us to end. You love me, Rachel. I pull back and look her in the eyes. She's crying. I don't want her to be scared. I tell her it'll be okay. I tell her we'll wait until we graduate, and then we'll tell them. I tell her they'll have to be okay with it. Once we're out of the house, everything will be different. Everything will be good. They'll have to understand. I tell her we've got this. She nods feverishly. We've got this, she responds back, agreeing with me. I press my forehead to hers. We've got this, Rachel, I tell her. I can't quit you now. No way. She takes my face between her palms and kisses me. You fell in love with me, Rachel. Her kiss removes a weight from my chest that is so heavy, I feel like I'm floating. I feel like she's floating with me. I turn her until her back is against the wall. I bring her arms above her head and link my fingers through hers, pressing her hands into the tile wall behind her. We look into each other's eyes, and we completely shatter rule number 2.
Chapter 13. Tate. "Thanks for making me go," Miles says to Corbin. "Aside from another hand injury and finding out you thought I was gay, I had a good time." Corbin laughs and turns to unlock our door. "It's not exactly my fault I assumed you were gay. You never talk about girls, and you've apparently left sex off your schedule for 6 years straight." Corbin gets the door open and walks inside, toward his bedroom. I stand in the doorway, facing Miles. He's looking straight at me, invading me. "It's on the agenda now," he says with a smile. "I'm an agenda now. I don't want to be an agenda. I want to be a plan, a map. I want to be on a map to his future. But that breaks rule number 2. Miles backs into his apartment after opening his door, and he nods his head in the direction of his bedroom. "After he goes to sleep?" he whispers. "Fine, Miles. You can stop begging. I'll be your agenda." I nod before closing the door. I shower and shave and brush my teeth and sing and put on just enough makeup to make it look like I didn't put on any makeup at all, and fix my hair to make it look like I didn't fix my hair at all, and put back on the same clothes I had on earlier so it doesn't look like I changed clothes at all. But really, I changed my bra and my underwear because they didn't match before, but now they do. And then I freak the hell out because Miles will see my bra and underwear tonight, and possibly touch them. If it's part of his agenda, he might even be the one to remove them. My phone receives a text, and the sound startles me because a text isn't on the agenda at 11 o'clock at night. The text is from an unrecognized number. All it says is he in his room yet? Me. How do you have my number? Miles. I stole it from Corbin's phone while we were driving. There's a weird voice in my head singing, "Nana Nana Boo Boo, he stole my number." I'm such a child. Me. No, he's watching TV. Miles. Good. I have to run an errand. I'll be back in 20 minutes, leaving the apartment unlocked in case he goes to bed before then. Who runs errands at 11 o'clock at night? Me. See ya. I stare at my last text to him and cringe. It sounds way too casual. I'm giving him the impression that I do this all the time. He probably thinks all my days go something like this. Random guy. Tate, you want to have sex? Me. Sure. Let me finish up with these 2 guys and I'll be right over. By the way, I don't have any rules, so anything goes. Random guy. Awesome. 15 minutes pass and the television finally switches off. As soon as the door to Corbin's bedroom closes, mine opens. I'm across the living room and slipping out the front door, and then bumping into Miles, who is standing in the hallway. Good timing, he says. He's holding a bag. He moves it to his other hand so it's not as visible to me. After you, Tate, he says, pushing open his door. No, Miles. I follow. That's how it is with us. You're solid, I'm liquid. You part the waters, I'm your wake. You thirsty? He walks toward his kitchen, but I'm not sure if I can follow him this time. I don't know how to do this, and I'm scared he'll notice that I've never had a rule number 1 or 2 before. If the past and the future are off limits, that only leaves the present, and I have no idea what to do in the present. I walk to the kitchen in the present. What do you have? I ask him. The bag is on the counter now, and he sees me eyeing it, so he pushes it aside out of my view. Tell me what you want, and I'll see if I have it, he says. Orange juice. He grins, then reaches toward the bag. He pulls out a container of orange juice, and the simple fact that he even thought about it is testament to his generosity. It's also testament that it doesn't take much to make me melt. I should tell him my one rule has just become, stop doing things that make me want to break your rules. I take the orange juice from him with a smile. What else is in the bag? He shrugs. Stuff. He watches me open the juice. He watches me take a drink of the juice. He watches me put the lid back on the juice. He watches me set the juice on his kitchen counter, but he doesn't watch me closely enough to notice how fast I can lunge for the bag. I grab it right before his arms wrap around my waist. He's laughing. Put it back, Tate. I open it and look inside. Condoms. I laugh and toss it back onto the counter. When I turn around, his arms don't leave me. I really want to say something inappropriate or embarrassing, but I can't think of anything. Just pretend I did and laugh anyway. He doesn't laugh, but his arms are still around me. You're so weird, he says. I don't care. He smiles. This whole thing is weird. He's telling me how weird this is, but it feels pretty damn good to me. I'm not sure if weird feels good or bad to him. Is weird good or bad? Both, he says. Neither. You're weird, I tell him. He grins. I don't care. He moves his hands up my back to my shoulders and slowly down my arms until his hands are touching mine. That reminds me. I pull his hand between us. How's your hand? Fine, he says. I should probably check it out tomorrow, I say. I won't be here tomorrow. I leave in a few hours. Two thoughts cross my mind. One, I'm very disappointed he's leaving tonight. Two, why am I here if he's leaving tonight? Shouldn't you be asleep? He shakes his head. I can't sleep now. You didn't even try, I say. You can't fly a plane on no sleep, Miles. The first flight is short. Besides, I'm co-pilot. I'll sleep on the plane. Sleep isn't on his agenda. Tate is. Tate overrules sleep on his agenda. I wonder what else Tate overrules. So, I whisper as I drop his hand. I pause because I don't have anything to follow the so. Nothing. Not even a la-ti-do. It's quiet. It's getting awkward. So, he says. His fingers move through mine and spread them apart. My fingers like his fingers. Do you want to know how long it's been for me, since I know such an intimate detail about you? I ask him. It's only fair, considering my entire family knows how long it's been for him. No, he says simply. But I do want to kiss you. Not sure how to take that, but I'm not about to analyze his no when it's followed up with a statement like that. Then kiss me, I say. His fingers leave mine and move to the sides of my head, and he holds me still. I hope you taste like orange juice again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count the words in that last sentence, then search around in my head for a place to store those 8 words forever. I want to hide them in a mind drawer and label it things to pull out and read when his stupid rule number 2 becomes a sad and lonely present. Miles is in my mouth. He's invading me again. I shut the mind drawer and get out of my head and come back to him. Invade me. Invade me. Invade me. I must taste like orange juice because he's certainly acting as though he's enjoying the taste. I must enjoy tasting him, too, because I'm pulling him to me, kissing him, doing my best to infiltrate him with nothing but Tate. He pulls away to catch his breath and speak. I forgot how good this feels. He's comparing me. I don't like that he's comparing me to whoever else once made him feel this good. Want to know something? He says. I do. I want to know everything, but for some reason I pick this moment to get revenge on that one word he spoke to me. No. I pull him back to my mouth. He doesn't kiss me back right away, because he doesn't know what to think about what just happened. His mouth catches up pretty quickly, though. I think he hated my clipped response as much as I hated his, and now he's using his hands to get his own revenge. I can't tell where he's touching me, because as soon as he's touching me in one spot, his hands move to another. He's touching me everywhere. Nowhere. Not at all at once. My favorite part about kissing Miles is the sound. The sound of his lips when they close over mine. The sound of our breaths being swallowed by each other. I love the way he groans when our bodies join together. Guys usually tend to hold back their sounds more than girls do. Not Miles. Miles wants me, and he wants me to know it. And I love that. God, I love that. Tate, he mutters against my mouth. Let's go to my bedroom. I nod, so he pulls away from my mouth. He reaches across the bar to get the box of condoms. He begins walking with me to his bedroom, but he quickly walks back into the kitchen and grabs the orange juice. When he shoulders past me to lead the way to his bedroom, he winks. The way that one little wink makes me feel leaves me terrified about what it'll feel like once he's inside me. I don't know if I can survive it. Once we're in his bedroom, I begin to grow apprehensive. Mostly because this is his place, and this whole situation is pretty much on his terms, and I feel a little bit at a disadvantage. What's wrong? He asks. He's slipping off his shoes. He walks to the bathroom and flips off the light, then closes the door. I just got kind of nervous, I whisper. I'm standing in the middle of his bedroom, knowing exactly what's about to happen. Usually these things aren't discussed and prearranged like this. They're spontaneous and heated, and neither party knows what's happening until it happens. But Miles and I both know what's about to happen. He walks to the bed and sits on the edge of it. Come here, he says. I smile, then walk a few feet to where he's seated. He cups the back of my thighs, then presses his lips to the t-shirt covering my stomach. My hands fall to his shoulders, and I look down at him. He's looking up at me, and the calmness in his eyes is contagious. We can go slow, he says. It doesn't have to be tonight. That wasn't one of the rules. I laugh, but I also shake my head. No, it's fine. You're leaving in a few hours and won't be back for what? 5 days? 9 this time, he says. I hate that number. I don't want to make you wait 9 days after getting your hopes up, I say. His hands slide up the backs of my thighs and come around to the front of my jeans. He flicks the button open effortlessly. Being able to imagine doing this with you is in no way torture for me, he says as his fingers touch my zipper. He begins to pull it down, and my heart is hammering away in my chest so hard it feels like it's building something. Maybe my heart is building a stairway for himself all the way to heaven, since he knows he'll explode and die the second these jeans slide off. It'll for sure be torture for me, I whisper. My zipper is undone, and his hand is sliding inside my jeans. He pushes his hand around to my hip, then begins to tug them off. I close my eyes and try not to sway, but his other hand has lifted up my shirt, just enough for his lips to press against my stomach. It's overwhelming. Both his hands slip inside my jeans now, around to my backside. He pushes my jeans down slowly until they're around my knees. His tongue meets my stomach, and my hands get lost in his hair. When my jeans are finally around my ankles, I step out of both them and my shoes at the same time. His hands slide back up my thighs and to my waist. He pulls me to him so that I'm straddling him. He adjusts my legs on either side of him, then cups my rear and pulls me flush against him. I gasp. I don't know why it seems like I'm the inexperienced one here. I certainly expected him to be a little less take charge. But I'm not complaining. Not at all. I lift my arms for him when he attempts to pull off my shirt. He throws it to the floor behind me, and his lips reconnect with mine as his hands work the clasp of my bra. It's not fair. I'm about to be left with one article of clothing, and he hasn't removed anything yet. "You're so beautiful," he whispers, pulling back to slide off my bra. His fingers slip beneath the straps, and he begins to slide them down my arms. I'm holding my breath, waiting for him to take it off. I want his mouth on me so bad I can't think straight. When the bra lowers, revealing all of me, he exhales. "Wow," he says with shaky breath. He tosses the bra onto the floor and looks back up at me. He smiles and briefly presses his lips to mine, kissing them softly. When he pulls back, he brings his hands up to my cheeks and looks me in the eyes. "You having fun?" I bite my bottom lip to keep from smiling as much as I want to smile right now. He leans forward and takes my lip into his mouth, pulling it away from my teeth. He kisses it for a few seconds, then releases it. "Don't bite that again," he says. "I like seeing you smile." Of course, I smile again. My hands are on his shoulders, so I slide them lower on his back and begin to tug on his shirt. He releases my face and lifts his arms so I can take it off of him. I lean back and take him in, just as he's taking me in right now. I run my hands over his chest, touching every contour of every muscle. "You're beautiful, too." He presses his palms into my back, urging me to sit up straight. As soon as I do, he lowers his mouth to my breast and softly glides his tongue across my nipple. I moan, and he covers it with his mouth completely. One of his hands moves to my hips and slides beneath the hem of my underwear. "I want you on your back," he whispers. He keeps one hand on my back as he seamlessly switches positions, pulling me from his lap to his bed. He's bent over me now, pulling on my underwear as his tongue dips inside my mouth. My hands immediately fall to the button on his jeans, and I unbutton them, but he pulls away quickly. "I wouldn't do that yet," he warns. "Otherwise, this will be over faster than it started." I kind of don't care how long it lasts. I just really want his clothes off of him. He begins to slide my underwear off of me. He bends one of my legs and slips it off my foot, then does the same to the other. He's definitely not looking me in the eyes anymore. He allows my legs to fall back to the bed as he stands up straight and backs 2 feet away from me. "Wow," he whispers, staring down on me. He's just standing here, staring at me as I lie naked on his bed, while he's still in the comfort of his jeans. "This feels a little unfair," I say. He shakes his head and pulls his fist against his mouth, biting his knuckles. He turns around until his back is to me and takes a long, deep breath. He faces me again, scrolling up the length of my body until he meets my eyes. "It's too much, Tate." I feel the disappointment seep in with his words. He's still shaking his head, but he's walking to the nightstand. He picks up the box of condoms and opens it, then pulls one out and puts it between his teeth, ripping it open. "I'm sorry," he says, frantically stepping out of his jeans. "I wanted this to be good for you. I wanted it to be memorable, at least." He's out of his jeans now. He's looking me in the eyes, but I'm finding it hard to keep eye contact with him because now his boxers are off. "But if I'm not inside you in 2 seconds, this is going to be really embarrassing for me." He walks swiftly to me and somehow slides the condom on at the same time as he's pushing my knees apart with his other hand. "I'll make it up to you in a few minutes. Promise," he says, pausing between my legs, waiting for my approval. "Miles," I say, "I don't care about any of that. I just want you inside me." "Thank God," he sighs. He takes my leg behind the knee with his right hand, and then his lips meet mine. He thrusts himself inside me so unexpectedly hard and fast I practically scream into his mouth. He doesn't stop to ask me if it hurts. He doesn't slow down. He pushes harder and deeper until there isn't any way we could possibly get any closer. It does hurt, but in the best possible way. I'm moaning into his mouth, and he's groaning against my neck, and his lips are everywhere along with his hands. It's rough, it's carnal and heavy and hot, and it's not quiet at all. It's fast, and I can tell by the tensing of his back beneath my hands that he was right. This won't take him long. "Tate," he breathes. "God, Tate." The muscles in his legs become tight, and he begins to shake. "Fuck," he groans. His lips press to mine, hard, and he holds himself still, despite the tremors moving throughout his legs and his back. He pulls his lips from mine and exhales a huge breath, dropping his forehead to the side of my head. "Jesus fucking Christ," he says, still tense, still shaking, still pressed deep inside me. The second he pulls out of me, his lips are on my neck, moving down until they meet my breasts. He kisses them, but only briefly, before he's back at my mouth again. "I want to taste you," he says. "Is that okay?" I nod vigorously. He pulls away from the bed, disposes of the condom, and returns to his spot next to me. I watch him the entire time because, as much as he didn't want to know how long it's been since I've been with a guy, it's been almost a year. That's not anywhere near the 6 years he's waited, but it's been long enough that I don't want to miss this by keeping my eyes closed. Especially now that I get to stare freely at that V and not have to be embarrassed by the fact that I can't take my eyes off of him. He's watching my body now with the same fascination as his hand glides across my stomach, then moves down until he reaches my thighs. He pushes my legs apart as he watches what he's doing to me with so much enthrallment I have to keep my eyes open so I can watch him watch me. Seeing what I do to him is enough of a turn-on without him even touching me. 2 of his fingers slide into me, and I suddenly find it a lot more difficult to continue watching him. His thumb remains outside me, teasing every spot it can touch. I moan and let my hands fall to the bed above my head as my eyes close. I pray he doesn't stop. I don't want him to stop. His mouth meets mine, and he kisses me softly, his lips a stark contrast to the pressure of his hand. His mouth slowly begins to explore its way down my chin until it's on my neck. The dip in my throat, trailing down my chest, covering my nipple, down my stomach, down. Holy shit. Down. He settles himself between my legs, leaving his fingers inside me as his tongue meets my skin, separating me, causing my back to arch and my mind to let go. I just let go. I don't care that I'm moaning so loudly I probably just woke up the entire floor. I don't care that I'm digging my heels into the mattress, trying to pull away from him because it's too much. I don't care that his fingers leave me in order to grip my hips and hold me against his mouth, refusing to let me climb away from him, thank God. I don't care that I'm more than likely hurting him, pulling his hair, pushing him into me, doing whatever I can to reach a point so high I'm almost positive I've never been there before. My legs begin to shake, and his fingers find their way back inside me, and I'm pretty sure I'm trying to smother myself with his pillow because I don't want to get him kicked out of this apartment building by screaming as loudly as I need to scream right now. All of a sudden, I feel as if I'm up in the air, flying. I feel like I could look down and there would be a sunrise below me. I feel like I'm soaring. Oh God, Jesus Christ, him. I'm falling, I'm floating. Wow. I never want to touch the ground again. When I've completely melted to the bed, he hungrily works his mouth back up my body. He takes the pillow off my face and tosses it aside, then kisses me briefly. "One more time," he says. He's off the bed and back on it in a matter of seconds, and then he's inside me again. But I don't even try to open my eyes this time. My arms are splayed out above my head, and his fingers are entwined with mine. And he's pushing, thrusting, living inside me. Our cheeks are pressed together, and his forehead is against my pillow, and neither of us has the energy left to even make a sound this time. He tilts his head until his lips meet my ear. And then he slows down to a gentle rhythm, pushing into me, then pulling completely out. He holds himself still, then pushes into me again, then pulls all the way out. He does this several more times, and all I can do is lie here and feel him. "Tate," he whispers, his lips close to my ear. He pulls out of me and stills himself again. "I can already say this with 100% certainty." He thrusts back inside me. "The," he pulls out, then repeats his movement again. "Best, again, thing, again, I've, again, ever, again, felt." He holds himself still, breathing heavily against my ear, gripping my hands so hard they hurt. But he doesn't make a single sound while he releases for the second time. We don't move. We don't move for a long time. I can't wipe the exhausted smile off my face. I'm pretty sure it's there permanently now. Miles pulls back and looks down on me. He smiles when he sees my face, and looking at him brings it to my attention that he never once made eye contact either time he was inside me. It makes me wonder if this was intentional or if it was just a coincidence. "Comments?" he asks teasingly. "Suggestions?" I laugh. "I'm sorry. I can't. Words." I shake my head, letting him know I still need a little time before I can speak. "Speechless," he says. "Even better." He kisses me on the cheek, then stands up and walks to his bathroom. I close my eyes and wonder how in the hell this whole thing between us will ever end well. It can't. I can already tell because I never want to do this with anyone else ever again. Only Miles. He walks back into the bedroom and bends down to pick up his boxer shorts. He picks up my underwear and jeans in the process and lays them on the bed beside me. I'm guessing that's his hint that he wants me to get dressed. I sit up and watch as he picks up my bra and shirt and hands them to me. Every time his eyes meet mine, he smiles, but I'm finding it hard to smile back. Once I'm dressed, he pulls me up and kisses me, then wraps his arms around me. "I changed my mind," he says. "After this, I'm pretty sure the next 9 days are going to be pure torture." I bite my smile, but he doesn't notice because I'm still wrapped in his arms. "Yep." He kisses me on the forehead. "Can you lock the door on your way out?" I swallow my disappointment and somehow find the strength to smile at him when he releases me. "Sure." I walk toward his bedroom door and hear him fall onto his bed. I leave, not knowing what to feel. He didn't promise me anything more than what just happened between us. We did what I willingly agreed to, which was have sex. I just wasn't expecting this overwhelming feeling of embarrassment. Not because of the way he dismissed me immediately after we had sex, but rather for the way that dismissal made me feel. I thought I would want this to be strictly sex between us just as much as he does. But based on the beating my heart took in the last 2 minutes, I'm not so sure I'm capable of anything simple with him. There's a small voice in the back of my head warning me to pull away from this situation before things become too complicated with him. Unfortunately, there's a much louder voice urging me to just go for it, telling me I deserve a little fun in my life with all the work I've got going on. Just thinking about how much I enjoyed tonight is enough to make me accept and even embrace his casualness afterward. Maybe, with a little more practice, I can even learn how to enforce it myself. I walk to my apartment door, but pause when I hear someone speaking. I press my ear to the door and listen. Corbin is having a one-sided conversation in the living room, presumably with someone on the other end of his cell phone. I can't walk in now. He thinks I'm in bed. I look back at Miles' apartment door, but I'm not about to knock on it. Not only would that be awkward, but it would also mean he'd get even less sleep than he's already about to get. I walk to the elevator and decide to sit out the next half hour in the lobby, hoping Corbin will go back to his bedroom soon. It's ridiculous that I even feel I have to hide this from Corbin. But the last thing I want is for him to be upset with Miles, and that's exactly what would happen. I make it to the lobby and step off the elevator, not quite sure what I'm even doing. I guess I could go wait it out in my car.
You lost?
I glance over to Cap, and he's seated in his usual spot, despite the fact that it's almost midnight. He pats the empty chair next to him.
Have a seat.
I walk past him to the empty chair. I didn't bring any food this time, I say. Sorry. He shakes his head.
I don't like you for your food, Tate. You're not that good of a cook.
I laugh, and it feels good to laugh. Things have just felt so intense for the past 2 days.
How was Thanksgiving? He asks. Did the boy have a good time?
I look at him and tilt my head in confusion. The boy? He nods.
Mr. Archer. Didn't he spend the holiday with you and your brother?
I nod, understanding his question now. Yes, I say. I want to add that I'm pretty sure Mr. Archer just had the best Thanksgiving he's had in more than 6 years, but I don't. Mr. Archer had a great time, I think.
And what's the smile for?
I immediately wipe away the grin I didn't realize was plastered on my face. I scrunch up my nose. What smile? Cap laughs.
Oh, hell, he says. You and the boy? Are you falling in love, Tate?
I shake my head. No, I say immediately. It's not like that.
How so, then?
I quickly look away as soon as I feel the blush creep up my neck. Cap laughs when he sees my cheeks turn as red as the chairs we're seated on.
I may be old, but that don't mean I can't read body language, he says. Does this mean you and the boy are... What's the term they use now? Hooking up? Bumping uglies?
I lean forward and bury my face in my hands. I can't believe I'm having this conversation with an 80-year-old man. I quickly shake my head. I'm not answering that.
I see,
Cap says with a nod. We're both quiet for a moment while we process what I more or less just told him.
Well, good, he says. Maybe that boy will actually smile every now and then.
I nod in complete agreement. I could definitely use more of his smile. Can we change the subject now? Cap slowly turns his head toward me and arches his bushy gray eyebrow.
I ever tell you about the time I found a dead body on the 3rd floor?
I shake my head, relieved that he changed the subject, but confused that the subject of a dead body has somehow helped me find relief. I'm just as morbid as Cap.
Chapter 14. Miles. 6 years earlier. Do you think the fact that we shouldn't be doing this is why we like doing it so much? Rachel asks. She's referring to kissing me. We kiss a lot. Every chance we get, and even chances we don't get. When you say shouldn't, do you mean because our parents are together? She says yes. Her voice is breathless because I'm currently kissing my way up her neck. I like that I take her breath away. Remember the first time I saw you, Rachel? She moans a sound that means yes. And do you remember me walking you to Mr. Clayton's class? She gives me another wordless yes. I wanted to kiss you that day. I work my way back up to her mouth and look her in the eyes. Did you want to kiss me? She says yes, and I can see in her eyes that she's thinking back to that day, to the day she became my everything. We didn't know about our parents that day, I explain, yet we still wanted to be doing this, so no, I don't think that's why we like it now. She smiles. See? I whisper, brushing my lips softly across hers to show her how good it feels. She lifts off the pillow and holds herself up on her elbow. What if we just like kissing in general, she asks. What if it has nothing to do with me or you in particular? She always does this. I tell her she should be a lawyer because she likes playing devil's advocate so much. But I love it when she does it, so I always go along with it. Good point, I tell her. I do like kissing. I don't know of anyone who doesn't like it, but there's a difference between this and simply liking to kiss. She looks at me curiously. What's the difference? I lower my mouth to hers once more. You, I whisper. I like kissing you. That answers her question because she shuts up and brings her mouth back to mine. I like that Rachel questions everything. It makes me look at things in a different way. I've always enjoyed kissing the girls I've kissed in the past, but only because I was attracted to them. It didn't really have anything to do with them in particular. When I kissed all the other girls, I felt pleasure. That's why people enjoy kissing, because it feels good. But when you like to kiss someone because of who she is, the difference isn't found in the pleasure. The difference is found in the pain you feel when you're not kissing her. It doesn't hurt when I'm not kissing any of the other girls I've kissed. It only hurts when I'm not kissing Rachel. Maybe this explains why falling in love is so damn painful. I like kissing you, Rachel.
Chapter 15. Tate. Miles. Are you busy? Me. Always busy. What's up? Miles. I need your help. Won't take long. Me. Be there in 5. I should have given myself 10 minutes rather than 5 because I haven't had a shower today. After a 10-hour shift last night, I'm sure I need one. If I knew he was home, a shower would have been my top priority, but I thought he wasn't due back until tomorrow. I pull my hair up into a loose bun and change from my pajama bottoms into a pair of jeans. It's not quite noon yet, but I'm embarrassed to admit I was still in bed. He yells for me to come in after I knock on his door, so I push it open. He's standing on a chair next to one of the living room windows. He glances down at me, then nods his head toward a chair. "Grab that chair and push it right there," he says, pointing to a spot a few feet away from him. I'm trying to measure these, but I've never bought curtains before. I don't know if I'm supposed to measure the outside frame or the actual window itself. Well, I'll be damned. He's buying curtains. I scoot the chair to the other side of the window and climb up onto it. He hands me one end of the measuring tape and begins to pull. It all depends on what kind of curtains you want, so I'd get measurements for both, I suggest. He's dressed casually again in a pair of jeans and a dark blue t-shirt. Somehow, the dark blue in his shirt makes his eyes look less blue. It makes them look clear. See-through, almost, but I know that's impossible. His eyes are anything but see-through with that wall he keeps up behind them. He enters the measurement into his phone, and then we take a second measurement. Once he's got both entered into his phone, we step down and push the chairs back under the table. "What about a rug?" he asks, staring at the floor beneath the table. "You think I should get a rug?" I shrug. Depends on what you like. He nods his head slowly, still staring down at the bare floor. "I don't know what I like anymore," he says quietly. He tosses the tape measure onto the couch and looks at me. "You want to come?" I refrain from immediately nodding. "Where to?" He brushes his hair off his forehead and reaches for his jacket, tossed over the back of his couch. "Wherever people buy curtains." I should say no. Picking out curtains is something couples do. Picking out curtains is something friends do. Picking out curtains is not something Miles and Tate should do if they want to stick to their rules. But I absolutely, positively, most definitely don't want to do anything else. I shrug to make my answer appear much more casual than it is. "Sure. Let me lock my door." "What's your favorite color?" I ask him once we're on the elevator. I'm trying to stay focused on the task at hand, but I can't deny the desire I have for him to reach out and touch me. A kiss, a hug, anything. We're standing on opposite sides of the elevator, though. We haven't touched since the night we first had sex. We haven't even spoken or texted since then, either. "Black?" he says, unsure of his own answer. "I like black." I shake my head. "You can't decorate with black curtains. You need color." "Maybe something close to black, but not black." "Navy?" he asks. I notice his eyes aren't focused on mine anymore. His eyes are scrolling slowly from my neck all the way down to my feet. Everywhere his eyes focus, I can feel it. Navy might work, I say quietly. I'm pretty sure this conversation is only taking place for the sake of having conversation. I can see by the way he's looking at me that neither of us is thinking about colors or curtains or rugs right now. Do you have to work tonight, Tate? I nod. I like that he's thinking about tonight, and I love how he ends most of his questions with my name. I love how he says my name. I should require him to say my name every time he speaks to me. I don't have to be in until 10. The elevator reaches the bottom floor, and we both move to the doors at the same time. His hand connects with the small of my back, and the current that moves through me is undeniable. I've had crushes on guys before. Hell, I've even been in love with guys before. But none of their touches have ever been able to make me respond the way his do. As soon as I step off the elevator, his hand leaves my back. I'm more aware of the absence of his touch now than before he even touched me. Each little bit I get, I crave it that much more. Cap isn't in his usual spot. That's not surprising, though, considering it's only noon. He's not much of a morning person. Maybe that's why we get along so well. You feel like walking? Miles asks. I tell him yes, despite the fact that it's cold out. I prefer walking, and we're near several stores that would work for what he's looking for. I suggest a store I passed a couple of weeks ago that's only 2 blocks from where we are. After you, he says, holding the door open for me. I step outside and pull my coat a little tighter around me. I highly doubt Miles is the type of guy who holds hands in public, so I don't even worry about making my hands available to him. I hug myself to keep warm, and we begin walking side by side. We're quiet most of the way, but I'm fine with it. I'm not someone who feels the need for constant conversation, and I'm learning that he might be the same way. It's right up here, I say, pointing to the right when we reach a crosswalk. I glance down at an elderly man seated on the sidewalk, bundled up in a tattered, thin coat. His eyes are closed, and the gloves on his shivering hands are rifled with holes. I've always been sympathetic to people who have nothing and nowhere to go. Corbin hates that I can never pass homeless people without giving them money or food. He says the majority of them are homeless because they have addictions, and that when I give them money, it only feeds those addictions. Honestly, I don't care if that's the case. If someone is homeless because he has a need for something that is stronger than his need for a home, it doesn't deter me in the least. Maybe it's because I'm a nurse, but I don't believe addiction is a choice. Addiction is an illness, and it pains me to see people forced to live this way because they're unable to help themselves. I would give him money if I had brought my purse. I realize I'm no longer walking when I feel Miles steal a glance back in my direction. He's watching me watch the old man, so I pick up my pace and catch back up with him. I don't say anything to defend the troubled expression on my face. It's pointless. I've been through it enough with Corbin to know that I don't have the desire to try to change all the opinions I disagree with. This is it, I say, coming to a pause in front of the store. Miles stops walking and inspects the display inside the store window. Do you like that? He asks, pointing at the window. I take a step closer and look at it with him. It's a bedroom display, but there are elements in it that he's looking for. The rug on the floor is gray, with several geometric shapes in various shades of blue and black. It actually looks like something that would fit his taste. The curtains aren't navy, though. They're a slate gray, with one solid white line running vertically down the left side of the panel. I do like it, I reply. He steps in front of me and opens the door to let me walk in first. A saleswoman is making her way toward the front before the door even closes behind us. She asks if she can help us find anything. Miles points to the window. I want those curtains. 4 of them. And the rug. The saleswoman smiles and motions for us to follow her. What width and height do you need? Miles pulls his phone out and reads off the measurements to her. She helps him pick out curtain rods and then tells us she'll be a few minutes. She heads to the back and leaves us alone at the register. I look around, suddenly developing the urge to pick out decorations for my own place. I plan on staying with Corbin for a couple more months, but it wouldn't hurt to have an idea of what I'll want for my own place when I do finally move out. I'm hoping it'll be just as easy to shop when that time comes as it was for Miles today. I've never seen anyone shop this fast, I tell him. Disappointed? I quickly shake my head. If there's one thing I don't do well as a girl, it's shop. I'm actually relieved it only took him a minute. You think I should look around longer? He asks. He's leaning against the counter now, watching me. I like the way he looks at me, like I'm the most interesting thing in the store. If you like what you already picked out, I wouldn't keep looking. When you know, you know. I meet his gaze, and the second I do, my mouth gets dry. He's concentrating on me, and the serious look on his face makes me feel uncomfortable and nervous and interesting all at once. He pushes off the counter and takes a step toward me. Come here. His fingers reach down and wrap around mine, and he begins to pull me behind him. My pulse is being ridiculous. It's sad, really. They're just fingers, Tate. Don't let them affect you like this. He continues walking until he reaches a wooden trifold screen decorated with Asian writing on the outside. It's the kind of screen people place in the corners of bedrooms. I never understood them. My mother has one, and I doubt she's ever once stepped behind it to change clothes. What are you doing? I ask him. He turns and faces me, still holding on to my hand. He grins and steps behind the screen, pulling me with him so we're both shielded from the rest of the store. I can't help but laugh, because it feels like we're in high school hiding from the teacher. His finger meets my lips. Shh, he whispers, smiling down at me while he stares at my mouth. I immediately stop laughing, but not because I don't find this amusing anymore. I stop laughing because as soon as his finger is pressed against my lips, I forget how to laugh. I forget everything. Right now, the only thing I can focus on is his finger as it slides softly down my mouth and chin. His eyes follow the tip of his finger as it keeps moving, trailing gently down my throat, all the way to my chest, down, down, down to my stomach. That one finger feels as if it's touching me with the sensation of 1,000 hands. My lungs and their inability to keep up are signs of that. His eyes are still focused on his finger as it comes to a pause at the top of my jeans, right above the button. His finger isn't even making contact with my skin, but you wouldn't know that based on the rapid response of my pulse. His entire hand comes into play now as he lightly traces my stomach over the top of my shirt until his hand meets my waist. Both of his hands grip my hips and pull me forward, securing me against him. His eyes close briefly, and when he opens them again, he's no longer looking down. He's looking straight at me. I've been wanting to kiss you since you walked through my front door today, he says. His confession makes me smile. You have incredible patience. His right hand leaves my hip, and he brings it up to the side of my head, touching my hair as softly as possible. He begins to shake his head in slow disagreement. If I had incredible patience, you wouldn't be with me right now. I latch on to that sentence and immediately try to figure out the meaning behind it. But the second his lips touch mine, I'm no longer interested in the words that left his mouth. I'm only interested in his mouth and how it feels when it invades mine. His kiss is slow and calm, the complete opposite of my pulse. His right hand moves to the back of my head, and his left hand slips around to my lower back. He explores my mouth patiently, as if he plans on keeping me behind this partition for the rest of the day. I'm summoning every last bit of willpower I can find in order to keep myself from wrapping my arms and legs around him. I'm trying to find the patience he somehow shows, but it's hard when his fingers and hands and lips can pull these kinds of physical reactions out of me. The door to the back room opens, and the click of the saleswoman's heels can be heard against the floor. He stops kissing me, and my heart cries out. Luckily, the cry can only be felt, not heard. Rather than pulling away to walk back to the counter, he brings both his hands to my face and holds me still while he looks at me in silence for several seconds. His thumbs brush lightly across my jaw, and he releases a soft breath, His brows furrow and his eyes close. He presses his forehead to mine, still holding on to my face, and I can feel his internal struggle. Tate. He says my name so quietly I can feel his regret in the words he hasn't even spoken yet. He opens his eyes and looks at me. I like kissing you, Tate. I don't know why that sentence seemed hard for him to say, but his voice trailed off toward the end as though he was attempting to stop himself from finishing his words. As soon as the sentence leaves his mouth, he releases me and quickly steps around the partition as if he's trying to escape from his own confession. I like kissing you, Tate. Despite the regret I think he feels for saying them, I'm pretty sure I'll be silently repeating those words for the rest of the day. I spend a good 10 minutes mindlessly browsing, running his compliment through my head over and over while I wait for him to finish his transaction. He's handing over his credit card when I reach the counter. We'll have these delivered within the hour, the saleswoman says. She hands him back his credit card and begins to take the bags off the counter to place them behind her. He takes one of the bags from her when she begins to lift it. I'll take this one, he says. He turns and faces me. Ready? We make our way outside, and it somehow feels as if it dropped 20 degrees since we were last out here. That may just be because he made things seem a lot warmer inside. We reach the corner, and I begin to head back in the direction of the apartment complex, but I notice he's stopped walking. I turn around, and he's pulling something out of the bag he's holding. He tears away a tag, and a blanket unfolds. No, he didn't. He holds the blanket out to the old man, still there bundled up on the sidewalk. The man looks up at him and takes the blanket. Neither of them says a word. Miles walks to a nearby trash can and tosses the empty bag into it, then heads back toward me while staring down at the ground. He doesn't even make eye contact with me when we both begin walking in the direction of the apartment complex. I want to tell him thank you, but I don't. If I tell him thank you, it would seem like I assume he did that for me. I know he didn't do it for me. He did it for the man who was cold. Miles asked me to go home as soon as we returned. He said he didn't want me to see his apartment until he had everything decorated, which was good because I had a lot of homework to catch up on anyway. I didn't really have time carved out of my schedule to hang up curtains, so I appreciated that he didn't expect my help. He seemed a little bit excited about hanging up new curtains. As excited as Miles can seem, anyway. It's been several hours now. I have to be at work in less than 3 hours, and as soon as I begin to wonder if he's even going to ask me to come back over, I receive a text from him. Miles, have you eaten yet? Me. Yes. I'm suddenly disappointed that I already ate dinner, but I got tired of waiting for him and he never said anything about dinner plans. Me. Corbin made meatloaf last night before he left. You want me to bring you a plate? Miles. I'd love that. Starving. Come look now. I make him a plate and wrap it in foil before heading across the hall. He's opening the door before I even knock. He takes the plate out of my hands. Wait here, he says. He steps inside his apartment and returns seconds later without the plate. Ready? I have no idea how I know he's excited, because he's not smiling. I can hear it in his voice, though. There's a subtle change, and it makes me smile, knowing something as simple as hanging up some curtains makes him feel good. I don't know why, but it seems as if there isn't a lot in his life that makes him feel good. So I like that this does. He opens the door all the way, and I take a few steps into the apartment. The curtains are up, and even though it's a small change, it feels huge. Knowing he's lived here for 4 years and he's just now putting up curtains gives the whole apartment a different feel. You made a good choice, I tell him, admiring how well the curtains match what little I know about his personality. I look down at the rug, and he can see the confusion as it crosses my face. I know it's supposed to go under the table, he says, looking down at it. It will. Eventually. It's positioned in an odd spot. It's not in the center of the room or even in front of the couch. I'm confused about why he placed it where he did, if he knows where it would look the best. I left it there because I was hoping we could christen it first. I look back up at him and see the adorably hopeful expression on his face. It makes me smile. I like that idea, I say, looking back down at the rug. A long silence passes between us. I'm not sure if he wants to christen the rug right this minute, or if he wants to eat first. I'm fine with either, as long as his plan fits within my 3-hour time frame. We're both still staring at the rug when he speaks again. I'll eat later, he says, answering the question that was silently running through my head. He pulls off his shirt, and I kick off my shoes, and the rest of our clothes eventually end up together, next to the rug.
Chapter 16. Miles. 6 years earlier. Everything is better now that I have Rachel. Falling asleep is better, knowing Rachel is falling asleep right across the hall. Waking up every morning is so much better, knowing Rachel is waking up right across the hall. Going to school is better now that we go together. Let's skip today, I tell Rachel when we pull into the parking lot of the school. I'm sure skipping school is even better with Rachel. What if we get caught? She doesn't sound like she really cares if we get caught. I hope we get caught, I tell her. That means we'd be grounded, together, in the same house. My words make Rachel smile. She leans across the seat and slides her hand around my neck. I love it when she does that. Being grounded with you sounds really fun. Let's do it. She leans forward and gives me a simple, quick peck on the lips. Simple kisses are better when they're from Rachel. You make everything better, I tell her. My life, it's better with you in it. My words make Rachel smile again. Rachel doesn't know this, but every word I speak is voiced for that sole reason, to make her smile. I pull out of the parking lot and tell Rachel we're going to the beach. She says she wants a bathing suit, so we go to the house first and get our bathing suits. We also pack a lunch and a blanket. We go to the beach. Rachel wants to sunbathe while she reads. I want to watch Rachel sunbathe while she reads. She's lying on her stomach, propped up on her elbows. I lay my head on my arms and watch her. My eyes follow the smooth curves of her shoulders, the sway in her back, the way her knees are bent and her legs are up in the air with her feet crossed at the ankles. Rachel is happy. I make Rachel happy. I make Rachel's life better. Her life is better with me in it. Rachel, I whisper. She places her bookmark inside the book and closes it, but she doesn't look at me. I want you to know something. She nods, but she closes her eyes as though she wants to focus on my voice and nothing else. When my mom died, I stopped believing in God. She lays her head on her arms and keeps her eyes shut. I didn't think God would make someone go through that much physical pain. I didn't think God would make someone suffer like she suffered. I didn't think God was capable of making someone go through something so ugly. A tear falls from Rachel's closed eyes. But then I met you, and every single day since then, I've wondered how someone could be so beautiful if there wasn't a God. I've wondered how someone could make me so incredibly happy if God didn't exist. And I realized, just now, that God gives us the ugliness so we don't take the beautiful things in life for granted. My words don't make Rachel smile. My words make Rachel frown. My words make Rachel cry. Miles, she whispers. She says my name so quietly it's as if she doesn't want me to hear it. She looks at me, and I can see that this moment isn't one of the beautiful moments for her. Not like it is for me. Miles, I'm late.
Chapter 17. Tate. Corbin. Want to grab dinner? What time do you get off work? Me. 10 minutes. Where at? Corbin. We're nearby. We'll just meet you out front. We? I can't ignore the excitement that just flooded me with that text. Surely the we means him and Miles. I can't think of anyone else who would be coming with him, and I know Miles came home last night. I finish up the last of my paperwork, then make a stop in the restroom to check my hair. I hate that I care, before heading outside to meet them. The three of them are standing near the entrance when I walk outside. Ian and Miles are both with Corbin. Ian smiles when he sees me, since he's the only one facing me. Corbin spins around when I reach them. Ready? We're going to Jack's. They're quite the team. All good-looking in their own ways, but even more so when they're sporting their pilot jackets and walking in a group like this. I can't deny I feel somewhat underdressed walking next to them in my scrubs. Let's do it, I say. I'm starving. I glance at Miles, and he gives me the slightest nod, but no smile. His hands are planted firmly in the pockets of his jacket, and he looks away as we all begin walking. He stays a step ahead of me the entire time, so I walk next to Corbin. What's the occasion? I ask as we head toward the restaurant. Are we celebrating the fact that all three of you are off on the same night? A silent conversation passes around me. Ian looks at Miles. Corbin looks at Ian. Miles looks at no one. He keeps his eyes forward, focused on the sidewalk ahead of us. Remember when we were kids and Mom and Dad took us to La Caprese? Corbin asks. I remember that night. I've never seen my parents happier. I couldn't have been older than 5 or 6, but it's one of the few memories I have from that young an age. It was the day my father made captain with his airline. I stop in my tracks and immediately look at Corbin. You made captain? You can't get captain, you're too young. I know for a fact how hard it is to make captain and how many hours a pilot has to put in to be considered. Most pilots in their 20s are co-pilots. Corbin shakes his head. I didn't get captain. I've changed airlines too much. He cuts his eyes to Miles. But Mr. Sign Me Up for More Hours over here got a nice little promotion today. Broke the company record. I look at Miles and he's shaking his head at Corbin. I can tell he's embarrassed that Corbin just called him out. But his modesty is just one more thing I find appealing about him. I have a feeling that if their friend Dylan were ever to make captain, he'd be on top of a bar somewhere announcing it to the entire world with a megaphone. It's not that big a deal, Miles says. It's a regional airline, not many people to promote. Ian shakes his head. I didn't get promoted. Corbin didn't get promoted. Dylan didn't get promoted. You've been at this a year less than any of us, not to mention the fact that you're only 24. He spins around and walks backward, facing all three of us. Abandon the modesty for once, man. Rub it in our faces a little. We'd do it to you if the roles were reversed. I don't know how long they've been friends, but I like Ian. I can tell he and Miles are close because Ian is genuinely proud of him and not at all jealous. I like that these are Corbin's friends. It makes me happy for Corbin that he has this support. I've always pictured him living here, working too much, spending all his time alone and away from home. I don't know why, though. Our father was a pilot, and he was home a fair amount of time, so I shouldn't have misconceptions when it comes to Corbin's life as a pilot. I guess Corbin isn't the only one to worry unnecessarily about his sibling. We reach the restaurant, and Corbin holds the door open for us. Ian walks in first, and Miles steps back, allowing me to walk in ahead of him. I'm going to the restroom, Ian says. I'll find you guys. Corbin walks to the hostess stand, and Miles and I are both behind him. I steal a glance in Miles' direction. Congratulations, Captain. I say it under my breath, but I don't know why. It's not as if Corbin would become suspicious if he heard me congratulating Miles. I guess I feel if I say it in a tone only Miles can hear, there's more meaning behind it. Miles cuts his eyes to mine and smiles, then glances at Corbin. When he sees Corbin's back is still to us, he leans over and plants a quick kiss on the side of my head. I should be ashamed of my weakness. A man should not be allowed to make me feel the way that stolen kiss just made me feel. It's as if I'm suddenly floating or sinking or flying. Anything that doesn't require support from my legs, because they've just become useless to me. Thank you, he whispers, still sporting that gorgeous yet somehow modest grin. He nudges my shoulder with his and looks down at his feet. You look pretty, Tate. I want to plaster those 4 words on a billboard and require myself to pass it on my drive to work every day. I would never take another day off work again. As much as I want to believe he's being sincere with his compliment, I frown down at the scrubs I've been wearing for 12 hours straight. I'm wearing Minnie Mouse scrubs. He leans into me again until our shoulders are touching. I've kind of always had a thing for Minnie Mouse, he says quietly. Corbin turns around, so I immediately wipe the grin off my face. Booth or table? Miles and I both shrug. Either, he says to Corbin. Ian returns from the restroom just as the hostess begins to lead us to our seats. Corbin and Ian lead the way, and Miles follows close behind me. Really close. His hand grips my waist as he leans forward toward my ear from behind me. Kind of have a thing for nurses, too, he whispers. I raise my shoulder to rub the ear he just whispered his admission into because my entire neck is now covered in chills. He releases my waist and puts distance between us when we reach the booth. Corbin and Ian scoot into each side of the booth. Miles sits next to Ian, so I sit next to Corbin, directly across from Miles. Miles and I both order sodas, compared with Ian and Corbin's beer. His drink choice is just one more thing to mull over. Several weeks ago, he admitted he doesn't usually drink. But considering he was beyond wasted the first night I met him, I figured he would at least have one drink tonight. He certainly has reason to celebrate. When the drinks are brought to the table, Ian raises his glass. To showing us up, he says. Again, Corbin adds. To working twice as many hours as either of you, Miles says in mock defensiveness. Corbin and I actually have sex lives that interfere with working overtime, Ian retorts. Corbin shakes his head. No discussing my sex life in front of my sister. Why not? I pipe up. It's not like I don't notice all the random nights you spend away from the apartment when you aren't working. Corbin groans. I'm serious. Change of subject. I grant him his request gladly. How long have the 3 of you known each other? I ask the question to no one in particular, but I only care to hear the answers that involve Miles. Miles and I have known your brother since meeting him in flight school a few years back. I've known Miles since I was 9 or 10, Ian says. We were both 11, Miles corrects. We met during 5th grade. I have no idea if this conversation is breaking the Rule 1 of no asking about the past, but Miles doesn't seem uncomfortable talking about it. The waitress brings us a complimentary basket of bread, but none of us has even opened a menu yet, so she tells us she'll be back to take our order. I still can't believe you're not gay, Corbin says to Miles, completely changing the subject again while he opens his menu. Miles peers at him over his menu. I thought we weren't discussing sex lives. No, Corbin says, I said we weren't discussing my sex life. Besides, you don't even have one to discuss. Corbin lays his menu flat on the table and engages Miles directly. Seriously, though, why don't you ever date? Miles shrugs, more interested in the drink between his hands than in having a stare-down with my brother. Relationships aren't worth the end result to me. Something in my heart cracks, and I start to worry that one of the guys might actually hear it fragmenting over the silence. Corbin leans back in the seat. Damn, she must have been a serious bitch. My eyes are suddenly glued to Miles, waiting for his reaction to a possible revelation about his past. He gives his head a slight shake, silently dismissing Corbin's assumption. Ian gently clears his throat, and his expression changes as he loses the smile normally affixed to his face. It's obvious by Ian's reaction that whatever issues Miles has from his past, Ian is definitely aware of them. Ian sits up straight in his seat and raises his glass, pasting a forced grin onto his lips. Miles doesn't have time for girls. He's too busy breaking company records by becoming the youngest captain our airline has ever seen. We take Ian's interruption for what it is and raise our glasses. We clink them together and everyone takes a drink. The appreciative look Miles shoots in Ian's direction doesn't go unnoticed by me, although Corbin seems to be clueless. Now I'm even more curious about Miles, and equally concerned that I'm getting in over my head, because the more time I spend with him, the more I want to know everything there is to know about him. We should celebrate, Corbin says. Miles moves his menu down. I thought that's what we were doing. I mean, after this, we're going out tonight. We need to find a girl to put an end to your dry spell, Corbin says. I almost spit my drink out, but luckily I'm able to contain my laugh. Miles notices my reaction and taps my ankle under the table with his foot. But he leaves his foot right next to mine. I'll be fine, Miles says. Besides, the captain needs his rest. All the letters on the menu begin to blur as my mind replaces them with words like ending and dry spell and rest. Ian looks at Corbin and nods. I'll go. Let the captain go back to his apartment and sleep off the effects of his cola. Miles pegs me with his eyes and adjusts slightly in his seat so that our knees touch. He wraps his foot around the back of my ankle. Sleep actually sounds really good, he says. He trades my stare for the menu in front of him. Let's hurry up and order so I can go back to my apartment and sleep. It feels like I haven't slept in more than 9 days, and it's all I've been able to think about. My cheeks are on fire, along with several other areas of my body. In fact, I kind of have the urge to fall asleep right now, Miles says. He lifts his eyes to meet mine. Right here at the table. Now the temperature in the rest of my body matches the heat in my cheeks. God, you're lame, Corbin says, laughing. We should have brought Dylan instead. No, we should not have, Ian immediately says with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. What's the deal with Dylan, I ask. Why do you all hate him so much? Corbin shrugs. It's not that we hate him. We just can't stand him. And none of us realized it until after we had already invited him to our game nights. He's a prick. Corbin shoots me with that all-too-familiar glare. And I don't ever want you alone with him. Being married doesn't stop him from being an asshole. And there's that possessive brotherly love I've been missing all these years. Is he dangerous? No, Corbin says. I just know how he treats his marriage, and I don't want you getting involved with that. But I've already made it clear to him that you're off limits. I laugh at his absurdity. I'm 23, Corbin. You can stop acting like Dad now. His face pinches together, and for a second he even starts resembling our dad. The hell I will, Corbin growls. You're my little sister. I have standards for you, and Dylan doesn't come close to meeting even one of them. He hasn't changed a bit. As annoying as it was in high school, and still kind of is, I do love that he wants the best for me. I'm just afraid his version of what's best for me doesn't exist. Corbin, no guy will ever come close to the standards you've set for me. He nods, getting all righteous. Damn right. If he warned Dylan to stay away from me, it makes me wonder if he warned Miles and Ian, too. Then again, he did think Miles was gay, so he probably didn't see a possibility there. I wonder if Miles would meet Corbin's standards. My eyes want to look at Miles so incredibly much right now, but I'm afraid I'd be too obvious. Instead, I force a smile and shake my head. Why couldn't I have been born first? Wouldn't have made a difference, Corbin replies. Ian smiles at the waitress and motions for the check. It's on me tonight. He lays down enough cash to cover the bill and tip, and we all stand and stretch. So who's going where? Miles asks. Bar, Corbin replies immediately, blurting it out like he's calling dibs. I just got off a 12-hour shift, I say. I'm beat. Mind if I catch a ride with you? Miles asks as we all make our way outside. I don't feel like going out tonight. I just want sleep. I like how he doesn't disguise the emphasis in front of Corbin when he says sleep. It's like he wants to ensure that I'm aware he has no intentions of actually sleeping. Yeah, my car is back at the hospital, I say, pointing in that general direction. All right then, Corbin says, clasping his hands together. You lame asses go sleep. Ian and I are going out. Corbin turns, and he and Ian waste no time heading in the other direction. Corbin spins around, walking backward in pace with Ian. We'll drink a shot in your honor, El Capitan. Miles and I remain motionless. boxed into a circle of light cascading down from a street lamp as we watch them walk away. I look down at the sidewalk below us and scoot one of my shoes to the edge of the circle of light, watching as it disappears into the darkness. I look up at the street lamp, wondering why it's shining down on us with the intensity of a spotlight. "Feels like we're on a stage," I say, still looking up at the light. He tilts his head back and joins my inspection of the odd lighting. "The English patient," he says. I look at him questioningly. He gestures to the street lamp above our heads. "If we were on a stage, it would probably be a production of The English Patient." He flicks his hand back and forth between us. "We're already dressed the part. A nurse and a pilot." I mull over what he says, probably a little too much. I know he says he's the pilot, but if this really were a stage production of The English Patient, I think he would be the soldier rather than the pilot. The soldier is the character who is sexually involved with the nurse, not the pilot. But the pilot is the one with the secretive past. "That movie is the reason I became a nurse," I say, looking at him with a straight face. He returns his hands to his pockets, shifting his gaze from the light overhead back to me. "For real?" My laugh escapes. "No!" Miles smiles. That rhymes. We both turn at the same time to head back toward the hospital. I find myself using the lull in our conversation to construct a really bad poem in my head. Miles smiles. For no one else. Miles only smiles. For me. "Why are you grinning?" he asks. "Because I'm reciting embarrassing third-grade level rhymes about you." I pin my lips together, forcing my smile away. When I know it's gone for good, I answer him. "Just thinking about how tired I am, looking forward to a really good—" I cut my eyes to his. "Sleep tonight." He's the one smiling now. "I know what you mean. I don't think I've ever been this tired. I might even sleep as soon as we're inside your car. That would be nice." I smile but bow out of the metaphor-laden conversation. It's been a long day, and I actually really am tired. We walk in silence, and I can't help but notice that his hands are shoved firmly into his jacket pockets, as if he's protecting me from them. Or maybe he's protecting them from me. We're only a block away from the parking lot when his footsteps slow, then stop completely. Naturally, I stop walking and turn around to see what caught his attention. He's looking up at the sky, and my eyes focus on the scar that runs the length of his jaw. I want to ask him about it. I want to ask him about everything. I want to ask him a million questions, starting with when his birthday is, and then what his first kiss was like. After that, I want to ask him about his parents and his entire childhood and his first love. I want to ask him about Rachel. I want to know what happened with them, and why whatever happened caused him to want to avoid any form of intimacy for more than 6 years. Most of all, I want to know what it was about me that finally put an end to it. "Miles," I say, each question wanting to dive off the tip of my tongue. "I felt a raindrop," he says. Before the sentence leaves his mouth, I feel one too. We're both looking up at the sky now, and I'm swallowing all the questions along with the lump in my throat. The drops begin to fall faster, but we continue to stand there with our faces tilted up toward the sky. The sporadic drops turn into sprinkles, which then turn into full-on rain, but neither of us has moved. Neither of us is making a mad dash for the car. The rain is sliding down my skin, down my neck into my hair and soaking my shirt. My face is still tilted toward the sky, but my eyes are closed now. There's nothing in the world that compares to the feel and smell of brand new rain. As soon as that thought crosses my mind, warm hands meet my cheeks and slide to the nape of my neck, stealing the strength from my knees and the air from my lungs. His height is shielding me from most of the rain now, but I keep my eyes closed and tilted toward the sky. His lips come down gently over mine, and I find myself comparing the feel and smell of brand new rain to his kiss. His kiss is much, much better. His lips are wet from the rain and they're a little bit cold, but he counterbalances that with the warm caress of his tongue against mine. The falling rain, the darkness surrounding us, and being kissed like this make it feel like we really are on a stage, and our story has just reached its climax. It feels as if my heart and my stomach and my soul are all scrambling to get out of me and into him. If all my 23 years were laid on a graph, this moment would be the crest in my bell curve. I should probably be a little bit sad and disappointed about this realization. I've had a few serious relationships in my past, but I can't recall a single kiss with any of those guys where I felt this much. The fact that I'm not even in a relationship with Miles and I feel this affected by him should tell me something, but I'm too invested in his mouth to scrutinize that thought. The rain has turned into a downpour, but neither of us seems to be affected by it. His hands drop to my lower back, and I fist his shirt in my hands, pulling him closer. His mouth fits mine as if we're two pieces from the same puzzle. The only thing that could possibly separate me from him right now would be a bolt of lightning. Or the fact that it's raining so hard I can't breathe. My clothes are stuck to parts of me I didn't even know clothes could stick to. My hair is so saturated it can't absorb another drop of water. I push against him until he releases my mouth from his, and then I bury my head under his chin and look down so I can take a breath without drowning. He wraps his arm around my shoulders and ushers me toward the parking lot, lifting his jacket over my head. He picks up his pace and I match him step for step until we're both running. We finally reach my car, and he approaches the driver's side door with me, still shielding me from the rain. Once I'm inside the car, he rushes around to the passenger side. When both of our doors are shut, the silence inside the car magnifies the intensity of our heavy breathing. I reach my hands behind my head and gather my hair, then squeeze the excess water from it. It runs down my neck, my back, and my seat. It's the first time I'm relieved to have leather seats in California. I drop my head back and sigh heavily, then steal a glance in his direction. I don't think I've ever been this wet in my life. I watch as a slow grin spreads across his face. His thoughts obviously plummet into the gutter with that statement. "Pervert," I whisper playfully. He cocks his eyebrow and smirks. "Your fault." He reaches across the seat and wraps his fingers around my wrist, pulling me toward him. "Come here." I make a quick inventory of our surroundings, but the rain is falling so hard I can't even see outside, which means no one can see in. I adjust myself on top of him and straddle his lap as he scoots the seat as far back as it goes. He doesn't kiss me, though. His hands slide down my arms and come to rest on my hips. "I've never had sex in a car before," he says, with a little bit of hope in his confession. "I've never had sex with a captain before," I offer. He runs his hands under my scrub top, sliding them up my stomach until they meet my bra. He cups both breasts, then leans forward and kisses me. His kiss doesn't last long because he breaks it to speak again. "I've never had sex as a captain before." I smile. "I've never had sex in scrubs before." His hands slide around to my back, and he dips them inside my waistband. He pulls my hips toward him at the same time as he lifts himself ever so slightly, immediately causing my grip to tighten around his shoulders and a gasp to pass my lips. His mouth moves to my ear as his hands recreate the sensual rhythm between us by pulling my hips forward again. "As hot as you look in uniform, I'd much rather have sex with you in nothing at all." I'm embarrassed at how easily his words alone can make me moan. I'm also embarrassed at how quickly his voice can undo me, to the point where I probably want my clothes to come off more than he does.